Hello everyone, we are back at Saudi World Series International Finals at endurance race, and we still have 9 hours to go. Now we are actually in the middle of a third pit stops round.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back, everybody, to WFR Live TV's coverage of the 12 Hours Endurance Cup here at the Saudi World Series International Finals on the 3MK Events YouTube channel. Henry Baudet here along with Gert Teamrots. You are looking at the two leaders. So I know that we've left you for an hour and a half, where in reality you haven't really missed, well, you have missed stuff, but you haven't missed stuff. Because when you left us, Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro were locked together, first and second. You come back. We are now 120 laps, 3 hours in, and Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro are locked together, first and second. You're watching them now.
They are still leading, but MRK Lions with Louis Brown at the wheel now goes into the pit lane together with the PFV. Two teams from third and fourth are going for the third pit stop, and that we will see after less than 2 minutes where will they come out. Will they be in front or after Matrax Racing and PF Racing, who lost 17 seconds in their first pit stop?
So the main storylines while you've been away: reigning champions PF Racing, who sat on pole, and Matrax Racing, who led the majority of the first 20 minutes or so. They both had slow first pit stops. PF Racing were given a 5-second penalty. Matrax Racing decided to wait with PF Racing because they wanted to stay together so they could slipstream, and slipstreaming here at Campillos is absolutely crucial. However, they were then caught in a traffic jam at the end of the pit lane, which delayed them by another 12 seconds, so both those two teams lost 17 seconds to the leaders when they made their first pit stop. However, Gertz, they have been clawing themselves back closer to the leaders.
And that went during the second stint before third pit stop. They got back only 2 seconds from those 17. During 1 hour stint, they got closer by 2 seconds. That seemed like an eternity, but now it is going better.
Yes, it is, because both Matrax and PF have moved on to an alternate pit strategy. They made their third pit stop earlier. At the moment, Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro have only made 2 out of their 15 mandatory pit stops. Before PF Racing and Matrax came in for their third stops, they were down to 11 seconds behind your leaders, who you're watching now. However, since they've gone back out and they're still locked together, they have been gaining ground on these two hand over fist, a tenth after a tenth after a tenth. And we think,
I think now we can already congratulate Matrax Racing and PF Racing with the lead in this race. There were 17 seconds they lost. They gained back 2 during the second stint. They were 15. Then during the third stint they were closing in, and they were left 11 seconds deficit to the leaders. After third pit stop they are going faster, and now they are 1 lap, 1 minute and only a few seconds behind the leaders. You need 2 minutes and 30 seconds for 1 pit stop. 2 minutes and 37 seconds are lost for slowing down and gaining speed back. So now it seems like already PF Racing and Matrax are back in the lead.
Yeah, because they are about 2 minutes and 32 seconds
1 lap
behind these
1 minute
two.
to 9 seconds. They are losing now. That means 1 lap is 1 minute 26 seconds plus 1 minute, 3 minutes 26 seconds plus 9 seconds. It's 3 minutes 35 seconds, and you need 2 minutes 37 just to make this stop.
Now, there are other contenders. During the break, we had this incredible situation with Lecluse Automobiles. They actually did the Formula One style undercut on the Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro. They went one single lap longer before making their second pit stop, and on that lap they were tracking PF Racing and Matrax Racing. They were able to use the slipstream to take the lead coming out of the pits. They actually got in front of Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro. However,
that means only one thing. PF Racing and Matrax Racing are going so fast that going with them you can gain 2 places in 1 lap.
Exactly. Since then, however, James Lecluse, who has been driving, he's lost some ground. He's fallen back, but he did lead, he did undercut, and incredible after 2.5 hours of racing. Now we have had other leaders during the pit stop cycles. We've had a total of 8 teams have led at least 1 lap so far. Iron Kart Racing, they led a lap during the first round of pit stops. KRS Green Competition, kart number 25. The MRK Lions in kart number 29 also led for a very short time during the pit stop shuffle. So we've had 8 different leaders. Asphalt Knights, who's behind the wheel of the Asphalt Knights at the moment? It is still, it is Luis Duarte now. Luis Duarte Morera is for Asphalt Knights, and for Iris Pro, behind the wheel, it's Siebert Verfaye driving for Iris Pro. So Verfaye and Duarte Morera are your top 2. Third at the moment is the number 33 kart. That is the NRG Igora Drive team, and Victor Sidorkin is behind the wheel of that kart, and they're about 10 seconds in front of a fantastic battle on track. It's for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th positions. Rodex, Track Limits by Storm Group, so that is from Fernandez Rodriguez, Julian Pereira, Patrick Porter in the number 25 kart for KRS Green Competition, and then the number 42 machine of the Sun Life Racing team, and they are all within 2 seconds of one another. It's Federico Pistarol driving for Sun Life Racing at the moment. But by our calculations, as Lecluse Automotive come into the pit lane, it's not been a great stint for them. Jean-Philippe Lecluse he lost a little bit of ground, great pit work, but then obviously they're cutting this stint short because they're not happy with this kart. They do have a strategy.
But they are cutting this stint even shorter. This is already 4th pit stop for them.
Yeah, so they've, Lecluse came in, obviously took another kart out. His drive time is over. Camille Belbaccia is going to go out. Max Langlois is the 3rd driver in that team. Whether that driving lineup is as strong to stay at the front over 12 hours remains to be seen, Gertz. But yeah, here are your leaders once again. Luis Duarte Morera and Siebert Verfaye, just locked together. I watched them on the gantry as they came out, and they were quite relaxed. They were talking and chatting to one another. They decided that Duarte Morera would lead and Verfaye would push, and that's what they've been doing.
They were in different roles at some moments, and they are swapping positions in who knows why sometimes on the track, but still you need a slipstream on this track. You cannot go as fast alone. So it seems like if Saudi World Finals are coming to this track sometime again, we need teams with 2 cars, like in Formula 1. Then it will be equal for everyone. But now you have to find your colleague, your not a teammate, a soulmate, and go together, and that's the only way to go fast on this track now.
There's Young and Wild in the pit stop, the Slovakian team. Now, I think Young and Wild, they are making their 5th pit stop. They are making more pit stops early. So, they're down in 38th position in this 50 150 kart field. But of course, I used to do a bit of endurance racing myself, and I've been in this situation. The two different skills that you need to run together. The lead driver needs to be very, very assertive and aggressive when it comes to passing other karts, because you can't lose momentum. So the lead driver needs to be the one that is the most aggressive making the passes. The following driver needs to have the best reactions so they ease off going into the corners and they're there to push down the straight. So there are two different skills required, and I think that the two drivers that we're looking at now, they were discussing who's going to be better at opening the door and making the passes when they approach traffic, and who's going to be better to get on the power and stay, literally within a millimetre or two of the rear bumper without, misjudging their braking, adjusting their lines ever so slightly. He takes a narrower line out of the corner to drive on the power earlier. And pushed. Now, here is the number 43 team. This is the T-Drive 2G Turtle Wax team. They have also led a lap. So it's 9 teams in total that have led a lap. Where are the number 43 team? At the moment, they're 16th at present. 2 laps down, but they've made 1 pit stop more than and they have got, this is a good battle you're watching, the 16th, 17th and 18th. The number 16, the 43 kart, the 36 kart is PK16 Racing, and the number 19 kart is Joker Team. So this is a battle inside the top 20, on the lead lap still, although they're a lap down at the moment, but they made 1 more pit stop. When things all even out, and that could be until later in the day. There were 20 teams on the lead lap when everybody had made 2 pit stops.
And now we have 10 or 11 leading teams who have made only 2 stops and have not been in their third. Then starting from P12 till P23, we have everyone made 3 pit stops already. Poisson's kart is 24th with only 2 pit stops, but they have penalty for 2 laps. And then we have already teams with 4 pit stops, like Lecluse Automobiles Racing, also Top 1 Karting with 4 pit stops, and starting from P49 from Konishinia Racing and also WRW and Kart Racing Mainz. Everyone else down the order has made 4 pit stops, and Young and Wild are now just out of their 5th already.
Now, Gertz, I have some bad news. Movers.lv, the Latvian team, have just been penalised 1 lap for being underweight. So have the Fast Snails. The Fast Snails from Greece, who are 50th and last at the moment. They have both been penalised a lap. That will move Movers.lv back from 11th position.
About the 17th.
About the 17th. So that will cost them a lap. So we could say that there are probably about 16 karts actually on the same lap.
Actually they will be quite lower. About 27th, 28th position after this 1 lap. It's taken off their records.
Now 2 teams spun on the opening lap, the Croatia Racing team and Nameless Motorsport. Croatia from Spain and Nameless from the UK. They have recovered. They both made 3 pit stops. They're running 30th for Croatia and 33rd for Nameless. Trent Maroney I spoke to when we went down to the pit lane. There were a lot of positive comments about the fact that Trent wasn't wearing a t-shirt. The mums and sisters enjoyed that. Where can I see the statistics? Say that, well, if they're on my notepad, so that would be a bit tricky. The Nitro Knights again getting plenty of support from the Las Vegas Go-Kart Center. And I'm just looking to see where our American team are. Unfortunately, you've got to scroll right down to the bottom. Jacob Julson is behind the wheel, and they are 47th. They've made 4 pit stops. They haven't had a penalty, though. Damuso, Dad and Son, they're down in 40th place. They've had a 5-lap penalty. They're only 4 laps off the lead, but they've only made 2 pit stops. So, yeah, that is devastating. There's the number 15 team in the pit lane. Well, friendly by name, friendly by nature. That's friendly competition. Driver giving us a bit of a wave. That's the Dutch team. Sander Campillos, Mart Ollering, Alexander van der Voort, and Damon Veldink.
And now they are in for their 3rd pit stop. That would move Latvian team up to P10, but since they got a penalty of 1 lap, they are far behind.
And now that's what I mean. Perfect illustration there, as the 2 leaders lapped kart number 24, the Coxinha racing team. Duarte Moreira had to be aggressive going to the inside, and then Verfaye had to adjust his line. Duarte Lopez kept the door open, so he forced the Japanese team to stay wide so his rear gunner could go through, and you're just watching. This is a great illustration of how to work together in endurance racing. Look at the slightly different lines that each of these 2 drivers take into the corner. One team maximises entry speed into the corner. The following team has to maximise exit speed, so on the subsequent straights they can push along.
That's simple. It's just like driving with a trailer who has his own engine. And that's all. That's all. You just consider there is one more body behind you, one more car behind you, and you go through together, not losing them. And
now there's the exit of pit lane. Sergio, our mobile cameraman, and I want lots of love for Sergio in the live chat, please, because he has got a very heavy camera rig strapped to to one of his shoulders. He's built like a unit, is Sergio, and you'll be grateful that he's got guns, because that's the exit of pit lane. You can see what the driver is looking just there off screen. There's a big screen that says how long each team. You can just see the shadow of it in the far right hand side of the screen. That is the little screen for the drivers that shows how long their pit stop has been. And it shows how narrow it is. So when there is a blockage, like there was for PF and Matrax, that's why you've got to time your pit stops right. Now, I'll be going down into the paddock, in a while, to have a little look around. We'll show you, the audience, the bottleneck area, that area of the paddock, so you can see the team managers and the team spotters, we'll call them spotters, who are peeking through the fences, trying to find, a gap in the queue in the pit lane, and then also the pit lane exit. Now, what is the endurance between the endurance and the sprint karts, says Kwazuzi on the live chat. They're slightly different models. Obviously, the endurance karts, the Sodi RT10 karts, they are their parts are slightly heavier, or maybe they're more robust, because, of course, they've got to do 12 hours at a time. If you want to go to Sodi World Series, SodiWorldSeries.com, type in SWS World Finals into Google. There is a description of all the different karts that are used here and their specifications. Now there is the number 24 team. It's great to have a Japanese team back here. Coxinha Racing, Hiroki Kudo, Kengo Ozawa, Yuyu Sato, and Koichiro Suzuki are the drivers for that team. I've got to say, it's a very smart crash helmet. There's the traditional Japanese drafting style.
Not tucking behind the wheel.
Not tucking, leaning. Everyone else tucks down, the Japanese lean back.
The team name Coxinha, that means soul family, actually.
Soul family?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
okay.
quite correct.
Yes. You have to be a family in endurance racing. How are the family doing? not great. 41st at the moment, but they have made 4 pit stops.
So everything is possible for them still. 4 pit stops already done, and the best positioned team with 4 pit stops is in front of them Sankachi, but actually third or fourth with 4 pit stops done are Japanese team.
And now Maximilian Langois for the Lecluse Automobile Racing Team. They're down to 35th position, Lecluse Automobiles, but Langois, a very fast driver. He's going round in 125.9 was his last lap. That is the fastest lap of anybody outside the top 10. In fact, only Matrax and PFV and PF Racing are quicker. This is going to be very, very tight indeed. I reckon that if the Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro pit now, and they're going to have to pit shortly, because they're going to have to pit shortly. So Sergio down in the pits, our mobile cameraman, he's going to be keenly watching this, I am sure, because our leaders are going to be pitting shortly. Now, it is Apex Racing, the red race suit, kart number 4. The driver not very happy about that, but he's stuck in a pack. As the Canadian team. That's Kevin, Andrea Maharo, Christophe Ryan Bissonnet, Simon Laflamme, Jonathan Paquette. Look at him. He's just trapped in that pack of karts, and he hasn't got the oomph, and he hasn't just been able to make his way through. But the leaders will be pitting shortly, and they'll be pitting together.
And we have 8 hours, 41 minutes left. They are still driving together on the track, but PF Racing and Matrax Racing, they are 1 lap and 10 seconds behind. It's pretty close, and it seems like Matrax Racing and PF Racing could move into the lead when Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro goes for their 3rd pit stop. But we do not know.
We're going to find out in the next 4 minutes. Maximum of 4 minutes, because Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro have to pit in the next 3 minutes. Then we'll find out. We'll get a real read of. I wonder if, excuse me, if PF and Matrax are in front, whether they'll revert to a similar strategy.
Do they have a little bit? No, they are 1 hour and 7 minutes on the track already. As Henry said, they are less than 3 minutes already for them to make a pit stop or make no mandatory pit stop, because 1 hour and 10 minutes is maximum the one driver can go in one stint. And then we will see who will be our new leader. 8 hours and 40 minutes left. Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro leading. We have top 9 teams with only 2 pit stops. Everyone else behind them have more, except those with some penalties.
Yes, Reese from the UK asking where's Nameless Racing. They're 31st at the moment, but that's not truly representative of their pace, because they had an accident on the opening lap. They're in kart number 30. We haven't seen them yet. Young and Wild are the number 50 kart, just behind these two, crossing the start-finish line. And I've got to say, Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro, they should be pitting at the end of this lap. We're watching the battle. I think this is the battle for, at the moment, on track 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, with a couple of other karts a lap down. There's number 15 kart. That's friendly competition. And they're being pushed along by kart 2, A Saron Femine from Circuit Saron. Trying to see where they are, the 15 and the 2. They're a little bit friendly competition are 33rd, and a lap behind them is in 35th is Marion Sauvigny driving for a Saron competition. Now, we wait.
1 hour, 9 minutes
they have
already
to be coming in now. They have to be coming in.
Asphalt Knights, they are in the pit lane, and 3rd pit stop for them has started.
Oh, but now there is Nameless Motorsport in the pits. That's Max O'Shaughnessy.
They are
behind
two.
The wheel.
They are two. And here comes also Asphalt Knights and Aries Pro. They are there.
NRG Energy Igora Drive in third position. They're also in. So the top three drivers, the top three teams currently in the pits. You're watching them now.
It's number 5 for Asphalt Knights, now refueling and waiting for a driver's change. They are already 40 seconds in the pit lane.
Yep, no panic. You've got to be in the pit lane for 2.5 minutes. Now they will go and drive into one of 3 pre-assigned lanes. Duarte Morera will get out of the kart. He will then go and stand at the weighbridge to make sure he's weighed. The new driver will come in and get into the first kart in the lane that he's told to, not the kart they've just got out of.
There is kart number 39. It's Red Racing in, and this is their 4th pit stop already.
Yes. Iris Sport, team number 11, also in the pit lane. There
Down
goes
from P25.
There goes the NRG team. I'm waiting. So Rodex, team number 40. The team of Miguel Arroyo Castro, Pablo Padilla Vidal, Ruben Fernandez Rodriguez, and Aaron Trelles Filguera should be into the lead if they don't pit.
They will have to pit in the next 4 minutes.
Yes, so maybe we'll get our 10th different leaders. Track Limits by Storm Group, KRS Green Competition, and Sun Life Racing. They're all, and the Iron Kart team, they're all on the same pit strategy. Now, see how tight it is. We head back to the circuit temporarily. Sergio will now leg it down to the exit of pit lane. I want lots of love. There's the exit of pit lane. I want lots of love for Sergio on the live chat. He's going to be walking around with a very heavy camera on his shoulder. So there's the conversation. They're going to decide. Iris Pro were actually quicker on the driver change, but they've got to wait. They're going to wait. You can see the time ticking. Out they go, side by side. There is the number 33 kart, NRG Agora Drive. They will effectively be in third position, or will they? Now this is our time to see where are Matt Tracks and where are Matt Tracks
they are
and where are
and
PF.
11th now, and they are just going through the first sector of the lap, and we will see only after the end of this lap where are positioned Aries Pro and Asphalt Knights. Here they are back on the track now. It seems like they are already behind PF Racing and Matrax Racing. We will see that now. Here they are on the track alone, but where are go-karts number 1 and number 27? They are going together, and where they are on the track now, they are in the middle straight.
Yes,
approaching corner number 12, and we are
coming out of corner number 12.
So that means we have a new leader.
No. Well, Asphalt Knights are still going to lead. Now there's Track Limits, the number 46 team. They also have led a lap. So Rodex, did Rodex lead a lap? Let's have a look. Rodex.
It seems like Track Limits led 1 lap, and now are in for their third.
Yeah, Track Limits led 1 lap. Rodex are in the pits. So Track Limits by Storm Group, they become the latest team to lead 1 lap. I think Sun Life Racing might be the next team. So Sun Life Racing. And the number 25 team, KRS Green Competition. There is only half a second between them, but always
they are going for a lead now. They have
and it's
still
always
4 minutes spare.
Yeah, it's always good to see how many different teams lead this race over 12 hours. There are the number 17. That's the Iron Kart team. Jan Flambard, David Tarian, and Enrico Froenel.
And now 2 teams, number 42 and 25, Sun Life and KRS Green Competition, are the only ones between the leaders who have still only 2 pit stops done, and they are coming in for their third stop.
And Sun Life do lead a lap. Sun Life are credited with leading lap number 139.
But KRS Green competition were behind them. They are together with a 3/10 difference. Now they are in the pits waiting for refueling and going back on the track after 2 minutes.
And now this is the problem. Look at this queue. 2, 4, 6 karts all in a line.
But there should have been enough time to make a refueling, to replace the driver and to go out. There are 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, but of course you're hot and bothered. Your adrenaline's pumping. You can see the driver of kart number 19 there, the Joker team, signalling to Sergio to ask him to move out of the way so he could see the colour of what lane he had to go in. But of course, he can see that now anyway. Because when you come off the track, you're all amped up. So you can start to panic. Look at the queue. It goes back as far as you can see.
Almost third of all teams are now coming in. They have waited till the last minutes of their stint, and now they have to wait at the entry of the pit lane. You have a spare time in the pits, but you can lose it waiting in this queue. And here we are back on the track with Aries Pro, Asphalt Knights, Matrax Racing and PF Racing. 4 seconds from those 17 lost at first stop. Only 4 seconds are losing Matrax and PF.
So there is my favorite driver here, Andre Callado. Andre Callado for Matrax Racing. And in the number 1 plate kart for PF Racing, we currently have Vika Schlitz. They are third and fourth overall. Well, they are third and fourth overall now. They are 4 seconds. So they lost 17 seconds. They've clawed 13 of them back. And they are lapping over 1/10 of a second per lap quicker. They have been like that now for 52 minutes solid of those two. While we were off here, I was watching them.
They are third and fourth.
Yes,
actually, there were no one behind leaders closer than 6 seconds before this round of stops.
So this is a legitimate third and fourth place battle. But they're not battling. They are simply working together. They're closing this gap down. It's going to come down. It could take a while, but they're in with a shout. Now behind them, Boris Bouvier in kart number 35, PFV. They haven't led a lap yet, but they are 7th. Oh, they're 5th overall. I'm looking at some now. See, look at this: 2 minutes 39 seconds in the pits for the warm-up pro racing team from Portugal. 2 minutes 33 for the number 7 team, Burro 11, Need for Speed. That is simply because 2 minutes 40 for escudelerkart.com. That is simply a case of being too crowded, not being able to get out, because all that line of karts were in the pits going in together. That means they're all lined up coming out together.
And the problem is not coming in. There is enough time to wait. Just to go out, you have to wait when the previous kart has gone.
If there's one driver's a little bit slow,
actual traffic jam.
Yeah, if one driver is a little bit slow, getting their weights out and getting out of the kart, getting to the weigh scales, and the next driver in is a little bit slow attaching their phone or their GPS system or putting their weights in the kart, by the time they drive round to pit exit, 4 or 5 karts that came in behind them and have got to wait are suddenly in front of them. So several teams losing valuable seconds simply because everyone piled into the pits together.
We have less than 8.5 hours to go. Aries Pro leading and Asphalt Knights together with them, and only 3.8 seconds now separating second and third, Asphalt Knights and Matrax Racing. Asphalt and Aries were 17 seconds ahead after first round of pit stops, and now there are only 3.8 during second stint. For more than 1 hour they were able to regain only 2 seconds, but now they are going faster and faster. Matrax Racing and PF Racing, have they made their cooperation better or anything else? But they are the fastest now.
And here are the next 2 karts in line. This is the number 35 kart, the PFV, in 5th position, and in 6th position, the MRK Lions. The MRK Lions in kart number 29. Well, that's actually the number 26. So that is Maximilian Langlois. He is a lap behind them, but driving very quickly. So just behind PFV. In fact, they're 7/10 of a second behind PFV. Kart number 29. Is that kart? Yeah, well, wait there. So just behind, you've got the 24, then you've got PFV. There goes PFV, Boris Bouvier making a move. Max Langlois is right there. And then just coming into shot about now, there is the number 29 kart, white race suit, green crash helmet. That is MRK Lions. So this is 4th, well, this is 5th and 6th. And they have got an advantage then of 13 seconds over NRG Inora, who are in 7th. So realistically, the top 6 teams within 13 seconds of each other, all having made 3 pit stops.
2.5 hours into the race, and still, as Henry said, we have 13 seconds between top 6 teams. We have only 3 seconds between top 4 teams, and they are on the track for more than 2.5 hours already. 3.5 hours, right? 8 hours 26 minutes left. 3.5 hours already spent. 3 pit stops for all top 14 teams, and TRIV Motorsport now dives into the pit lane for their 4th pit stop in this race. That moves Iron Kart team up to P14, friendly competition up to P15, and Movers LV up to P16, but they have got 1 lap minus for underweight.
No, I think they've already served that penalty. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that the Movers LV team are going to be. I think the laps have already been added.
They were 11th when they received this penalty.
If you're watching the coverage and you can see the penalties on the screen, you can see the karts moving around the track, and you can see the progression lines on the track, then it's thanks to our partners at Apex Timing. Let's have a little look. Can you let this live static camera without the commentary during the next break? Well, I'm not sure if WFR may have planned for certain live. If it's possible, we will. We're not taking a break just because myself and Gertz want to have a little lie down somewhere. No, it's we're beholden to the organisers and what the organisers have arranged with the live streaming company. We're just the mouthpieces, aren't we, Gertz?
Just making a noise. TRI and V Motorsport coming out of their 4th stop with 2 minutes 31 seconds. They are behind Warm-Up Pro Racing Team, they are behind Poisson's Kart 1, they are behind Iceman Racing Photomate, and behind number 44 Team TKR. They all have made their 4 stops. Also Red Racing is now in P21, and they are the 2nd best team with 4 stops done.
A couple of people saying that the Joker team and Kart Puissance are going to make a comeback. Well,
we'll see.
Puissance have had a 2-lap penalty for pushing. That is why they are down the order. I'm trying to see where Joker team are. Joker team are 19th. They haven't had a penalty. They're in the pits now making their 5th pit stop. And Joker team, who won this event in 2022 in Paris, Alexander Berard, Martin Brochard and Matteo Castel are the 3 drivers for Joker team. Martin Brochard, I mean, they just haven't been quite as quick as I thought they were going to be, if I'm being totally honest.
No, Joker team is working together with T-Drive 2G Turtlebugs with the Ukrainian team. They came to the pits together. They are now, after 30 minutes, less than 30 seconds, they will be back on the track and already with the 5 stops in pocket.
Yeah, and also that is PK16 Racing they are working with. So those 3 Passion Karting 16, those 3 teams on the same pit strategy in the pits together. They're together.
They are 2 laps.
There they are.
2 laps and 1 minute behind leaders who have made 2 stops less.
So there they go. They go in together. They go out together. Young and Wild. Young and Wild making their sixth pit stop. So we've had our first team to make 6 pit stops. Young and Wild. Ludo Bayo is about to go out.
Someone from their team has something to do this evening and have to go somewhere.
In memory, Young and Wild always choose an alternative pit strategy. They're 48th at the moment, but they've made 6 pit stops. In fact, they're 49th because Press Tachi just go through.
And they are going quite according to their drivers, because the time spent on the track for all their drivers is quite similar. 1 hour 5 minutes, 1 hour 5 minutes, 1 hour 11 minutes for Simon Suchowski and Zdenek Ostadal and Ludo Boyux with 5 minutes less each. So they are going quite equal and not leaving one driver less on the track because he's slower or something like that. They are going with a very competitive lap times, but now with their 6 pit stops already done, they are last, of course. They are in P50 now. They just came out of the pits. They are in front. A few teams which have made already 5 stops, but no one has 6.
Now, audience, are you listening? We know there's several hundred of you watching at the moment. This is going out to Des Spurs, to Kwashuzi, to Andre Faria, to Jake Ohan. You have asked, and WFR Live TV have listened, and when we go off, when the commentary team go off air in about 20 minutes time, WFR TV will leave the static camera on the start-finish straight going for your own viewing pleasure. It's even better than that, because you could just look at the carts going round without having to listen to what me and Gertz are waffling on about. We will then be back on air. We'll have an hour of static cam, because Sergio needs a rest. Then we'll be back from 5 o'clock local time, that's 4 o'clock UK time, 5 o'clock Central European time, until 7 p.m. for a 2-hour stint, going over the halfway mark, and then we will end the broadcast, and then we'll have an hour break, and then we'll put a new YouTube feed up. It'll be part 3 on the 3MK Events YouTube channel, beginning at 8 p.m, going all the way through to the end. We will take a break in between, but once again, we will leave the static camera on. Okay, so there we go.
There is only one question. Do we need to reload our live stream, the viewers?
Well, at 7 o'clock.
It will just stay on.
At 7 o'clock tonight, at 7 o'clock Spanish time, 6 o'clock UK time, so 7 o'clock Central European time. Then you will need to refresh your browser, open a new YouTube link. Until then, leave your laptops, your mobile devices, your home screens on, and you've got non-stop carts going round in circles. How's that for service, people of the YouTubing viewing world? I'm going to go down in a very short minute to chat to some of the contenders. I'm going to do my best to chat to Iris Pro, who are leading. I'm going to do my best to try and find Damuso and Son to see what happened with their horrible pit stop that cost them 5 laps and really took them out of contention.
That was the first pit stop. They were still learning.
Yeah. And I'm also going to try and find out some of the other league groups to speak to PF Racing. We'll see what happens. We'll be back in the pit lane. Gertz, you can take it away.
So, Henry, we are waiting for you on the pit lane, in the pit lane, and show us what is going on there. But so far, PF Racing and Matrax Racing just caught on the track Aris Pro and Asphalt Night, and as soon as distance between second and third place teams was less than 1 second, they went for their fourth stop. So PF Racing and Matrax Racing now are back in the pits. As Henry is going there, we have two of the fastest teams now in the pit lane for their fourth pit stop. Now still 3 stops for Aris Pro and Asphalt Nights, still 3 stops for everyone, starting with P5 and ending with P16. But PF Racing and Matrax Racing are in fourth time in the pit lane. Already minutes spent there. They were right behind the leaders. The 4 teams still fighting hard for the win here in Saudi World Series International Finals. The next team, PFV, is 12 seconds behind leaders, and MRK Lions are in P6 running together. There's only a couple of tenths between them, between number 35 and 29. They are on the track, and now after the fourth pit stop of PF Racing and Matrax, that means PFV and MRK Lions are moving up to third and fourth place, but with only 3 stops. Also 3 stops for Aris Pro and Asphalt Night. They were in the pit lane 19 minutes ago, so there is still a long stint in front of them. Then P8 now is Track Limits by Storm Group with 3 stops, also 3 stops for everyone till the P16. So now P8 for Track Limits, P9 for Rodex. Sun Life Racing Team are 10th now. KRS Green Competition moving up to 9th because of PF Racing's and Matrax Racing's 4th pit stop, but anyway, we can count them in. So Iron Car Team up to P12 now. Movers LV, after their 1 lap penalty, now are positioned in P15, but only with 3 stops done. Then in P16 is our friendly competition. Then Lecluse Automobiles Racing, who led this race actually 1 stint ago, now are down in P17. Lecluse Automobiles Racing have done 4th stop, and together with them, with the 4 stops, are Red Racing, Team TKR, also Iceman Racing Photomate, 4 stops also for Warm-Up Pro Racing Team, 4 stops for Poisson's Kart has 3 stops done, but they have 2 laps penalty, and that's the reason why Poisson's Kart are down in a 22nd place, and a lot of teams with already 4 stops in their pocket are in front of them. Aris Sport with the 4 stops done now are 23rd. P24 for Kart Team Wittlich, P25 for TRI-V Motorsport with the 4 pit stops done, and Euro Racing ASD are in 26th place. 27th for Creatia Racing Team Infinity are down in 28th place with 4 stops done. Top 1 Karting then with in a P29. 30th are Atsnarokach with Ukraine. Then Nameless Motorsport now are in P31. They have 4 stops done already. They are 14 seconds behind Ukrainians at Atsnarokach, and Nameless Motorsport are now running 31st. Bureau 11 NFS in 32nd, Atrost Racing Wilsdorf in 33rd, 34th for Panther Racing by Jovatek. 36 now are Sankachi, but they're behind them. Apex Racer and Joker team are Joker team are out of their 5th stop already. Apex Racing and Nitro Knights are now in the pit lane for their 5th stop in this race. T-Drive 2G Turtlewax have been in the pit lane already 6 times in this race. They are in now and will come out after less than 1 minute. Also 6 stops done for Young and Wild. They are already 8 minutes before they were in their 6th stop. But they're at the front, Harris Pro and Asphalt Knights, clocking their times in 1 minute 27.8 seconds. Still together, only less than 1/10 of a second separating them. But after their 4th stop, PF Racing and Matrax Racing are back on the track. Here they are after Iron Card team on the track. Iron Card team now are positioned in P12, and 13th on back are PF Racing. In P14, Matrax Racing with 4 stops done, and they are 1 lap behind the leaders, Aris Pro and Asphalt Knights. So 3 minutes after the last stop for PF Racing and Matrax Racing, and 23 minutes already on the track after their stops for Aries Pro and Asphalt Knights. And I hope Henry is ready down there in a pit lane. What is going on there, Henry?
Thank you very much, Kurt. Okay, you join myself and Sergio. Sergio, did you have a nice lunch? Good. Is your arm hurting, Sergio? No? Okay. It's okay. No arm. Right. This is the gantry leading to the VIP room over the pit lane. What you can see here is the exit of pit road. This screen, so that's where you've got the 2 little white, where the red cross is on the fence. You've got 2 white boxes. That's what the driver has to scan their wristband in. That tells us who is driving what kart. Now, they will come around the corner and stop here at the exit of pit lane. They're looking at this screen. Now, it'll tell you exactly how long each kart has been in the pit for. So when you see teams sitting at the exit of pit lane, they're looking at this screen, waiting for that blue number to hit 2 minutes 30. When they hit 2 minutes 30, it goes. Now, what about the rest of the teams? Well, if we carefully come down here, you can see behind us there, team managers looking through the fence. You'll notice there's branding and banners everywhere. What these spotters are doing, they're trying to look into the pit lane to see where their preferred kart, what lane it's in, to give their driver or their team the best chance of getting a good kart for the next pit stop. There are teams that are literally stationed for the entire 12 hours, like the Hungarian team, TRV. They're just sat, waiting, watching, outside pit lane for the entire 12 hours. With their laptop, yes, they're in the shade, but they are going to be checking through the banners, through the barriers, just trying to get a peek at potentially a good kart. Now, as you can see there, she's not just taking pictures for the family album, that's all tactical. Now, the karts go out, they time their pit stops. Let's quickly head down here. We'll try and speak to some of the teams that are in this area of the pits. Well, we're going to start off. Here is Matrax Racing once again. So Nicholas Kruger. Nicholas, it's by there. So PF Racing and Matrax Racing, they've been working together. Now, they're not going to be friends for the rest of the 12 hours, but for now, their best interests are served working together. Nicholas, come in and, is it Nicholas? It is, yes, it is Nicholas. I got the right name.
It's not the best.
That's okay. Right. Talk about the fight back. We know you had a 5-second penalty. We know you got caught in the pit lane. And Matrax have been glued together, haven't you?
Yes, we will drive with the same strategy, and we'll look who will come out. I think the other teams drive always together, and when you drive, then you are too slow on this track.
Now, you lost 17 seconds in total. By the time you came in, because you're on a slightly different pit strategy now, by the time you came into the pit lane, you were only 4 seconds behind Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro.
Yes, we win 13 seconds in the last 2-3 hours, and we will not drive with Iris together. We will drive alone, and then we say we come a little bit earlier in the pit, and will no fight on the track.
Okay, so we're here together. So we've got PF Racing and Matt Tracks together. There's 8 hours and a little bit to go. My question is, how long will you wait before you maybe move apart and are not so close together? Because it's in your best interest now to work together, but there will come a time where you may have to move apart.
I don't know. Maybe the last lap.
Maybe the last lap. If there was an award for fibbing, this man has just won the award for lying. But there we go. So there's 2 teams, rival teams from rival countries, but they've got to work together. This is not a normal endurance race. It's because this track here at Campillos is such a slipstreaming track. Now, let's move back in. We'll speak to Croatia Racing. Croatia Racing, Alex Lopez. Alex, if we come this way. Alex is one of the team managers. Alex, now, how do I put this kindly? The last 2 years, you have crashed, or your team have crashed on lap 1.
Yeah.
Do you just like making it hard for yourselves?
Well, it feels very bad, but this is not what we want, it's clearly. But this is a race. We have different drivers in these 2 years who made the start. This year I made the start. The first lap I win several places, but in the 6 or 7 corner, someone behind me pushed me, throw me, and from more or less 25, 26 to the last one. So
yeah, it was you and the British team, Nameless Motorsports, that both went off. Again, it's a fight back now, isn't it? Have you altered your strategy because of it?
Yes, we have talked with Infinity, with the Italian team. We are more or less the last hour working together. In the last pit stop, we had taken very bad cars, both of them, but we are working together, trying to not to lose a lot of time.
So again, here's another 2 teams that are working together, one from Spain, one from Italy. Have you ever known an endurance in the Saudi World Series like this, where slipstreaming is so important and finding another team to work together with is crucial?
No, for me, this is the 7th time that I race the finals, Saudi World Finals, and this is the circuit where this is the most important. Not only your managing in the car, it's, the way you work with other teams is very important.
Very important. Okay, thank you very much, Alex. So Croatia Racing, 2 years, 2 lap ones, 2 crashes, but they're fighting back this year with help from Infinity from Italy. Now, we'll move through here. We'll speak to Iris Pro. Okay, so I know, whatever that phone call is, Rui can wait. Rui can...
No French.
Okay,
Sorry.
French. Okay, so a little bit of français. Iris Pro, P1, P2, you, Asphalt Knights. Very pleased, yes?
Yeah, c'est pour le moment une course de 12 heures. C'est difficile pour le moment, on est dans le top 4, mais il y a encore beaucoup de facteurs, les cartes, la chaleur, et il y a beaucoup de choses à prendre en considération. Mais on est bien parti pour le moment.
Okay, what this gentleman was saying is that he loves the Portuguese right now, but in the last lap, because I can't say the names properly of the Portuguese drivers, the Swiss team are going to bury them into the earth. I think that's what you said anyway, yes?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Iris Pro. Let's move through watching the flower bed that is dubbed as is now serving double time as an ashtray into the main section. So Team TKR, it's not just about drivers, it's about wives, partners, girlfriends, strategists. How are you doing and how are Team TKR doing?
I'm doing great, but I don't know how the team is going because we're very excited because of the crash in the first round.
Okay, in the first lap?
Yes.
Okay, so you got caught as well. So who are we and who are we supporting? Why have you come to Campillos?
Because I support my boyfriend and the team.
Because you support your boyfriend and the team?
Of course.
Okay, so are your job just to get nervous, to worry, or do you help with the strategy at all?
I'm emotional support, I think.
Emotional support.
Not strategy.
Emotional support. Every racing driver needs... Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So, emotional support. Everybody needs emotional support in karting. Now, we'll have a little look. As you can see, it's blazing hot. The breeze has picked up a little bit. You can see some of the 53 national flags. There are. Now, call your mums and your sisters. We're about to have another topless Trent Maroney interview. Come this way. We'll see how the Brits are getting on. Here we come. I hope he's going to do some driving. We're going to come back and see you again. We had plenty of positive remarks about your last interview. Not because of what you said, because of the fact you didn't have a T-shirt on. So, do you want to say hi to all the karting mums and sisters out there?
Hello. Don't know what to really say, but, I'm 20, single, ready to do anything. Yep. Anyway.
There we go. Trent Maroney, ladies and gentlemen. Nameless Racing, now back into the top 30. Not going badly.
Yeah, it's actually going better than we expected. Have a couple bin pit stops ready, so if we do have a rubbish cart, we can still have that little pit stop on our side. But to be fair, I think right now Jack's managing the times like we need them to be managed and doing a mega job of that as it is. So we can't complain much, and all we have to do is keep our consistency and obviously keep our noses clean, no penalties, as we've seen a couple penalties being thrown around. So, not much to complain about right now, to be fair.
No problem, thanks, Trent. So don't forget, Jack Goldsmith on the track, Trent Maroney, 20, single, and pretty much up for whatever you want. Right, here we go. Let's have a look at, and we'll get the comments coming in. We'll try and do an interview maybe with, we'll come to some of the shaded areas. Now, who have we got here? Mr. Sterling, I can't see what team this is. Which team is this? Sorry? KMRS green team? No? Oh, okay, come Mr. Sterling. Stand and talk.
Let's go.
Okay, what kart number?
22.
KMRS by Scoff and KMRS Racing.
Okay, so KMRS by... First of all, KMRS. What does KMRS by Scoff mean?
Ça veut dire quoi?
This is going well. We'll find someone who can speak English.
KMRS, it's a karting management racing service.
Karting Management Racing Service. Okay. 13th last year. Obviously looking to go better this year. Mr. Sterling sat down. He's done. Look, come and stand up. This man's got a kart skin suit on as well. So there we go. Okay. So Remy Sterling in pink will come out here. We have Ricardo Lopez Pires, Adrian Garcia Lopez. Now, you're for KMRS Racing.
Yes.
Antoine Mornay, Lucas Urbani, and Guillaume Jermis.
Yes.
Guillaume?
Lucas.
I knew I had one. Lucas Urbani. You were third last year.
Yeah. It's an amazing place like this, but we try to make our best now for this year, and if you can another best result, it's the goal for the team.
Now, you're driving for different teams. So you're driving for Kart 22, KMRS by score. You're driving for Kart 23. Have you managed to hook up on circuit together and work as two teammates?
Yeah, every time. Every lap we stay together because it's the really strong strategy for this race, because the track is really fast and it's mandatory to drive together. If we lose the time, we lose a lot of time if we drive alone. It's mandatory. We have two strong teams and we push. We are in the top 10 now, and if it's possible for us to gain some place and maybe finish in a better place than last year.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Remy, for that wonderful interview that you didn't do. See, exactly, look at that. So, Gert's Team Rots, you were saying that the ideal thing was to have, like Formula One, have teammates, 2 karts together. Well, these 2 guys from France, KMRS by Score and KMRS by Scoff and KMRS Racing. They're running 9th and 10th so far. We're 4 hours into the race, and you have been together for the entire 4 hours, pushing and working together. It is working because they're both into the top 10. Let's go back up to you, Gertz, in the commentary box. We're coming towards the end of our next broadcast hour. 7 hours, 58 minutes to go. Tom Chapper for Irish Pro continues to lead by the Asphalt Knights. Gertz, take it away.
Thank you very much, Henry. That was amazing insight into the paddock. And now the drivers, some are waiting, some are getting ready, and 50 drivers are still on the track. We have good news for KMRS by Scoff and KMRS Racing. They are already up to 8th and 9th positions. They are running great on the track. The Irish Pro and Asphalt Knights still leading the race. There is only 1/10 of a second between them. They have spent on the track 38 minutes now. They still have only 3 stops done. With the 4 stops are leading the group with the 4 stops. PF Racing with Christian Doven now at the wheel, together with Matrax Racing, currently are running in P13 and P14. They have 1 stop more already done. They are 1 lap and 1 minute 27 seconds behind the leaders. That means they are still fighting for the win. There were only 3 seconds before they went into their 4th stop. They came closer to the leaders, to the both leading teams, to Irish Pro and Asphalt Knights. They were, as soon as they got within 1 second, they went into the pits for their 4th stop. And now there are 2 leading teams within those teams who have made a 4th stop already. PF Racing and Matrax in P13 and P14. Mover Selve now are in P15, but they are with only 3 stops and 1 lap penalty for underweight. But where it gets more interesting is that we have new penalties out, and -1 lap for team 32, that is Nitro Knights, for non-conforming weight, for underweight, for Nitro Knights. But we have 3 seconds penalty for push to pass for car number 27. That is Matrax Racing. So Matrax Racing just got 3 seconds penalty, which they have to do during their next stop. And then we will see, will PF Racing wait for Matrax Racing on the next stop for those 3 seconds, because Matrax Racing were ready to wait 5 seconds penalty, which received PF Racing during the first step. They lost 17 and got it back. Now 3 seconds penalty for Matrax.
Do you know what? You took the words right out of my mouth. Would PF Racing? We'll find out. We're going to go for another break shortly. Another interesting view. Thanks for your comments on the live chat. Don't forget, the camera will stay on when we go for a break. But with 4 hours and 5 minutes of the 12-hour Endurance Cup here at KartCenter Campillos, you can see the insert of the exit of the pit lane. A big thank you for all the efforts to make that happen for WFR Live TV. Irish Pro lead the Asphalt Knights by exactly 0.09 of a second. PFV, MRK Lions 7 seconds back. NRG Igora, Track Limits by Storm, Rodex, Sun Life Racing, and then Kevin Taulian in cart number 25. The KRS Green team round out the top 9. They're all within 40 seconds, but don't count out Iron Cart, KMRS Racing, KMRS by Scoff in 10th, 11th and 12th, and of course 13th and 14th PF Racing and Matrax Racing, with the Latvian team, Movers LV, and Lecluse Automotives, your top 16 teams, still have a chance at winning this one with 7 hours 55 minutes to go. Once again, please keep your browsers on. We're not shutting off the YouTube stream. Myself and Gert Timrots will go and get a little bit more information, details, what have you. We will be back on the commentary at 5 p.m. local time. It's now 4:10. See you in just under an hour, boys and girls.
And then we will be here for 2 hours to see the middle part of the race. We will go through the half mark of the race, so from 5 o'clock till 7 o'clock. 2 hours we will be streaming here. Hello, it's 4 o'clock. We are 4 hours into the race. 5
o'clock.
hours.
Yeah.
It's wrong timing in our computer. It's 5 hours already, and it took.
We are 5 hours in, and it's kind of all changed, but kind of not all changed.
It took 4 hours for PF Racing and Matrax Racing to get back to compensate for their mistake in the first pit stop, which cost them 17 seconds. It took 4 hours, and they catched on the track. Not during the pit stops, but they really catched on the track. Asphalt Knights and Aries Pro, who were leading all the time, all those 4 hours after the first pit stops, they catch them. They
passed them.
Fought on the track. They went through, and they did that together. And they pulled away, which was the even bigger miracle. They were able to pull away, and we still have two distinctive pairs leading this race. Now they are back in the order to the end of the first 10 of teams, but they just made their 5th stop.
Yes, because no sooner had Matrax Racing and PF Racing passed Iris Pro and passed at the Asphalt Knights, they gained a 2-second advantage. Now, Matrax Racing had a 3-second penalty in the pit lane, and they waited. PF Racing waited with Matrax Racing. The same way that Matrax waited for PF Racing's penalty earlier, PF returned the favour. They waited, so they're still running.
That's not a favor.
Well,
only together they can go so fast as they are going.
Yeah.
They cannot do that alone.
Now, once Matrax came into the pits with PF Racing, instantly, virtually a lap later, we had pit stops for Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro. So those 4 teams are now on exactly the same pit stop strategy once again.
So 5 hours into the race, and top 4 teams on the same strategy and separated by only 9/10 of a second now on the track.
Because once again, PF and Matrax are now closing back in on Iris Pro and Asphalt Knights. There's 1 second between them. However, our leaders are actually now the 5th and 6th teams that I think have still got a realistic chance of winning this race. The number 29 team, MRK Lions from Belgium, they have got last year's Women's Cup champion, Louise Brown. They have got 5th place driver in last year's Sprint Cup, Benjamin Kuyvers. And they have got Jules Van Hules also on their driving staff. They currently lead by 0.2 of a second over Team PFV from Italy. Boris Bouvier, Damiano Marchesan and Nicolo Soffiati. They have done 1 less pit stop, and before the first 4 teams we mentioned made their 5th pit stop, they were only 10 seconds behind. So when things sort themselves out, we can have 6 teams all on the same pit strategy within 10 seconds of each other. We also had, during the pit sequences, who else led a lap? We had a lap led for Sun Life Racing. We had a lap led for Rodex. And we had a lap led from Storm, Track Limits by Storm. So we've had about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I'm just counting here, 9, 10, 11 different leaders of this race, 12 different leaders of this race so far.
And we have a few penalties through this time when we were off air, so Friendly Competition got penalty for push to pass 3 seconds. They have to take
That was
that
very
in
unfriendly.
in the next pit stop, and also the bigger penalty for number 48, that warm-up pro racing team for non-conforming weight. They were underweight, and that's -1 lap. And also Damuso, Dad and San push to pass +3 seconds in the next stop.
Yes, so that's the interesting part. You were just looking at teams 22 and 23 on your screen. There they are, Antoine Morley behind the wheel of the number 23 KMRS racing team, and then behind them team 22 KMRS by Scoff. We spoke to Rennie, well, we didn't speak to Rennie Stalin earlier, he sort of said higher. He was 4th in last year's Sprint Cup. They have been neck and neck all the way through, and currently they are 4th and 5th. Here are your 2 leaders. MRK Lions catching traffic with PFV.
They are catching traffic, and they are already 51 minutes on the track. So
Yeah.
will they work their way through, or will go into the pit lane?
Yes, now the Croatia racing team in cart number 8, they're the first cart that Jules Van Heuls has got to get past. Nicola Soffiati. Wonder if Nicola Soffiati will want to try and give PFV a chance of leading the race.
And
let's see how they get through this traffic. How much time will this traffic cost them? Because Matrax and PF Racing, they also lost a bit of time in traffic.
But now there is something happening with Matrax and PF Racing. They just swapped their positions. They have changed their roles, and they are still chasing Asphalt Knights and Aries Pro, and there is a very, very small distances between them.
Well, no, I know why they've changed. Matrax Racing are obviously not as happy with their car, because the gap between Iris Pro, Asphalt Knights and then Matrax and PF, it's grown to 1.7 seconds.
No, it still was 0.8, and then they swapped places.
Yes.
So maybe that was already a fight, and that ended with swapping places
so I was
between
thinking
them.
maybe if one or two, you're better at pushing for this stint, and I'm better at being pushed, or vice versa. Now, already MRK Lions and PFB have spent 1 whole lap behind this train of carts. When will Nicola Soffiati decide, I need to be the first person, because Jules Van Heuls is not... Well, let's have a little look now. He's got that Michele Alboreto style crash helmet, which
Now
I do
they
approve
still
of.
can use the slipstream from the front runners, or from the lapped go-karts. They are going in. They are fighting on the track. They are not waiting and not running away to the pit lane.
Yep, now the number 18 kart, that is the Infinity team. Runners-up in this event last year. Infinity are running 19th at the moment. 2 laps adrift. We have got, at present, let's have a little look, 14 teams on the lead lap. I would say, 14 teams on the lead lap. Iris Pro, Asphalt Knight and Matrax Racing are a lap down technically, but they'll be back on the lead lap soon. Lecluse Automobiles Racing, they're recovering quite well. They're in 15th place, but they are about 47 seconds off the lead group. And now, Jules Van Heuls, last lap around, 1 minute 26.2 for the 2 leaders. They were actually still quicker than Iris Pro and Asphalt Knights, but Matrax Racing and PF Racing, the swap was worth it. The swap was good, because they're now going faster than anybody else. Oh, and there is...
No, they are swapping once more, and now they are 2.2 seconds behind. They are losing time now. Is there a traffic or something that the place where are they on the track now?
Yeah, but I tell you what, there was almost a disaster there for PFV Racing, because the number 47 team, Tri-V Motorsport, from Hungary, Adam Palik, Ivan Sana and Martin Takac, almost forced Nicola Soffiati onto the grass, and Nicola Soffiati was not best pleased.
Now Gilles Van Hulst is waiting for Nicola Soffiati. He's stuck in the traffic. He started to run away, but now MRK Lions are waiting for their trailer.
Yep, and there's Infinity now trying to get past Tri-V Racing, but they're in their own private battle. Where are Tri-V, the Hungarian team? They are running in... Trying to see where they are 18th overall, so they're in their own battle with the number 18 team of Infinity. So that's a battle in the top 20 that the leaders were just fighting past. Once again, please keep your comments coming in on the live chat feature. We really welcome your input wherever you're watching from. Personally, I think we've got 6 teams in with a chance of victory. MRK Lions, PFV, PF Racing, Iris Pro, and then we have obviously the Asphalt Knights and the other one, Matrax Racing. Do you think there are any more teams in with a chance? Any other than those 6?
Anyone else is either 23 seconds away or even 47 seconds away, like Lecluse Automobiles Racing, who have made the same number of stops as our leaders, PF Racing and Matrax Racing.
Well, I mean, let's have a little look. So, team number 33. Now, we know that MRK Lions and PFV, they are between 10 and 15 seconds, depending on traffic, behind Iris Pro, Asphalt Knights, PF Racing and Matrax Racing. So we know they're about 10 to 15 seconds behind when all things are together. Yanis Maura, I will do my best to get Julien Delectrez on camera. Hang on a second. Hold that thought, Julien. Yanis. So, 10 to 15 seconds behind the top 4 are our 2 current first, second place karts. Then, NRG Ingora Drive at 23 seconds behind PFV. So that would put them probably about 40 seconds, between 30 and 40 seconds off the leaders when all things shake out. They are 3 seconds in front of the 2 KMRS teams, KMRS Racing and KMRS by Scoff. And those 2 French teams running together, are another 8 seconds in front of Sun Life Racing and the KRS Green competition team, and they've got Rodex and Track Limits right there. Then there's a 40-second gap back to David Tarian for the Iron in team number 17, the Iron Kart team. So realistically, 30 to 35 seconds behind the top 6 are going to, behind the top 6, behind the leaders, 30 to 35 seconds to NRG Igora Drive. Then you've got another 5 seconds back to the 2 KMRS racing teams, and another 8 seconds back to Sun Life Racing, KRS Green, Rodex, and team number 25, KRS Green. They're all within a minute of the race lead. If everyone was, on pit strategy, that would give us 9, 10, 11, 12. That would give us, 13 karts within a minute.
And
but there's something going on.
6 pit stops are on. It's PF Racing and Matrax Racing going 6th time into the pit lane now. What we'll do? Asphalt Knights and Aris Pro in a 5th pit stops, they went a lap later, just after PF Racing and Matrax Racing. Here they are, number 1 for PF Racing, starting refueling. Matrax Racing is right behind them, and now out on the track are Aris Pro and Asphalt Knights. Now they have completed already half of the lap. We will see what they will do at the end of the lap. Now they are running through the 2nd sector. Somewhere up the hill are both teams running together, Aris Pro and Asphalt Knights, and they are approaching end of the lap. Will they stay on the same strategy as PF Racing and Matrax Racing, or have they figured out something better?
Well, it means they're going to drop even further behind these two drivers. These two teams, MRK Lions and PFV. They will have done 6 stops. These two drivers, the first and second place teams in the running order at the moment, will only have done 4. And of course, strategy is one thing. We haven't had a safety cart. We haven't had any yellow flags. We're not going to get any rain. But we haven't had a race stoppage or something to slow the teams down. The question is, how far behind the leaders, regardless of pit stops, do you want to be at any given point, just in case something happens?
It seemed like PF Racing and Matrax Racing was not able to do any more so fast laps as in front were Asphalt Knights and Aries Pro. They were just a little bit falling back by hundreds and by tenths of a second. That was a very, very small margin, but anyway, they were not faster anymore.
So they made a short stint because they didn't like the go-karts they were in. Is that what we're trying to say?
Or the drivers.
Or the driver, yeah.
They have not so many to replace them.
But it's probably to do with the fact that we're not really thrilled with our karts. There they are.
Waiting.
There is the number 1 PF Racing.
Last seconds in the pit lane. They are ready to go back on the track. 2 minutes 30, and they are back. 2 minutes 30, 2 minutes 31. PF Racing and Matrax Racing are back on the track. For PF Racing now, it's Vika Schleds at the wheel again, and Andres Callado for Matrax Racing.
Yeah, well done, Vika Schleds. 2 minutes and 30. Not 2 minutes and 31. 2 minutes and 30. 1 second quicker, you would be given a penalty. That is the fine margins that you have to work with. But now the leader's pace, 1:26.0. At this stage, the best lap times are around 1 minute 25.7, 1 minute 25.8. That's sort of the ultimate pace.
And is improving his lap times. Jules Van Hulst now at the front with the MRK Lions. He stays on the track for 1 hour and 2 minutes already, together with the PFV, driven by Nicolo Sofiati. They are running faster than before.
So Aries Pro and the Asphalt Knights, they're only 18 minutes into this particular stint. Siebert Verfaye and Luis Duarte Morera behind the wheel of those two karts, 11th and 12th overall. So we were only back on the same pit strategy for a matter of minutes.
KMRS, both cars going into the pit lane. I think we cannot bother talking KMRS Racing and KMRS Baiskov. They are just KMRS. They are driving together.
Yep, they are as one. Now, they're the leaders. Good move there from Jules Van Hulst to just start to get to the inside. Oh, but there's no blue flags in this category. That's the number 19 team. That is the Joker team of Alexandre Berard, Martin Brochard, Matteo Castel being moved out of the way. How much time does this cost them? There is the KMRS, one of the... Oh, it's two... I mean, why don't they call them, KMRS1... KRS1? No? KRS1, rock on. No? Okay.
So, PF Racing and Matrax Racing back on the track after their 6th time in the pit lane are 23rd and 24th now. They are still best placed teams with the 6 pit stops done, and even some with the 5 and 4 stops are behind them.
Yeah, but we do have a couple of teams well down the order who have done 7 pit stops. The best placed team with 7 pit stops in the books, T-Drive 2G Turtle Wax from Ukraine. Team number 43, they're 38th overall. They're 3 seconds in front of PK16 Racing, who've also done 7 pit stops, who are half a second overall ahead of Joker team, who are 40th. So 38th, 39th and 40th, that is 5 laps off the race lead but they've done 7 pit stops.
But 7 pit stops, it's not even a half of the pit stops they have to do. So we are still 6 hours and 43 minutes till the end. We are approaching the half mark of this race, but they have to do 15 pit stops.
As we watch the number 24 team come into the pits, that's Konshinya Racing. The Japanese team, they're running in 36th position overall at the moment. Why do I hear you ask, do teams tend to sort of take fewer pit stops in the first half of the race and then, make more pit stops during the second half? Well, the answer is this. They want to keep extra pit stops in hand as long as possible if they get a bad kart, if they get a safety kart period, in normal circumstances, if it rains. So as the race boils down at the end,
that would be not normal circumstances here.
No, it wouldn't. But I mean, that's the idea in endurance racing, is that you get your track time in early and then wait till the second half of the race. Okay, because you don't know how the race is going to pan out. You get a read of the race. You have your options. You need your options open. Yes, you need to have your options open. Do I just If suddenly there's a safety car period, hey, we can maybe burn and for say 5 or 6 minutes, we can or 10 minutes for example, because you've got to do a minimum of 5 minutes driving time. Get a pit stop in under safety car period because you go in half the speed. If it's a long safety car period, I remember at Lignano, we had a torrential rainstorm in the night. We had to run about 45 minutes behind a safety cart.
So the minimum stint for each driver is 5 minutes.
So you can
8 get drivers change during that time.
Yeah, you could get 4 or 5 pit stops in during that. That's generally why, do as few pit stops as possible. But of course, the more pit stops you make in the first half of the race, the further down the order you go. Nothing beats leading a race, on track, being the race leader. If you're the race leader, and I'm looking now, we're going to have pit stops coming up soon for our race leaders. If you're you have an element of control over things. Everyone focuses on the person who is in the lead.
There are no blue flags.
Yep.
It's not so important to be at the front because actually you are not at the front. You are still fighting with everyone you are lapping there.
You have to. But of course, if a safety car does come out, everyone has to line up behind you.
That's the only reason.
Yeah. Now, the Croatia team, there they are in kart number 7, kart number 8.
And
they're up to 18th.
Anyway, that gives a bigger advantage to those who are lapped and who are far behind. When the safety car comes out, they are lined in a one long queue. So there are bigger advantages for those who are losing at the start.
Right, our 2 on-track leaders are in the pits. Jules Van Huel, Nicolo Soffiati are in the pits. That will temporarily hand the lead to NRG Igora Drive. Behind the wheel of that kart is Kai Richard Schick. Someone asks, who is leading technically? Gertz?
Technically, we can now say there are 4 teams. Probably any one of them can lead. It's PF Racing, Matrax Racing, Asphalt Knights and Aries Pro. They now are on different strategies. But anyway, all things considered, they are our 4 leaders, and I would not guess who will win at midnight.
Aries Pro are in front of Asphalt Knights. When those 4 teams that Gert just mentioned were on the same pit strategy, Aries Pro, Asphalt Knights were first and second, and that's the order they're in.
Yeah, but in the first 4 hours of the race, PF Racing and Matrax Racing were 17 seconds faster actually than our leading pair.
So even though they did more pit stops, I still think that Aries Pro are probably leading the race by 1/10 of a second, and in the same breath you've got Matrax Racing and PF Racing. There's your top 4, maybe in that order. Then you've got MRK Lions, and you've got the number 35 team PFE 5th and 6th. So overall, when things all shake out. Now, David Hartman. you have asked about some of the struggles of the teams down the field and weight penalty. Well, every driver has got to be on the same weight as every other driver, and every team has to weigh the same when they're on the track at all times. At the side of the carts, you can't really see them, to the driver's left, there is like an open, like a, how would you say it? Almost like a glove compartment. You'll see
like
now coming on that side.
Fixate
You see with those those big black lumps. Lift up the lid. That's where you put the weight, the lead weight in. So a weight penalty is if a driver comes in, they have to stand on a weigh bridge holding their lead. If they are not a specific weight, they are given a penalty. So if they're underweight, it's like being underweight, basically. And that can be any, it's a lap. If it's grossly underweight, it can be 2 laps. So there are the weight penalties. Now, some of the tails...
But about weight penalties, we have actually many so far in the race. For non-conforming weight, we have at least 4 or maybe 5 penalties. That's, I suppose, is not a miscalculation, because they are calculating everything. But in such a heat, with 34 degrees outside...
You could sweat an awful lot out in an hour.
For example, in a motocross race, the drivers are sweating off about 3 kilos, and that's half an hour race.
Yeah,
it's 12 an hour race, and stint for one driver is 1 hour and 10 minutes, so you can sweat out, I don't know how you say that.
I mean, you could sweat out a couple of pounds easily. Right then, other penalties. Each team must make 15 pit stops, and each pit stop must be 2 minutes 30 seconds minimum. If you leave the pit lane early, you are assessed a penalty.
Because you can leave. There is no one guarding the pit exit. There is only a clock.
Only a clock. No one's telling you. It's down to the teams. Damuso, Dad and Son, they left 50 seconds early. The driver was looking at the digital clock, and he noticed 36, 37. Gotta go. He forgot to read the 1 minute 36. It wasn't 2 minutes 36. So he's been penalised. They've been penalised 5 laps. Now, there have been other 2-lap penalties for pushing and smashing other drivers out of the way. The race director, it depends how serious the offence is. It depends how serious the offence is. There are other penalties. A track limits penalty, if you're continually running off track and gaining time, which is impossible, which is not really common here, you can get a 3-second penalty. If you do it again, you can get a 10-second penalty. If you are pushing someone around, you get a 2-lap penalty. And then the other things, if you're weaving and blocking on track, you can get any sort of penalty from 3 seconds to a full disqualification.
At first you can get a warning. That's a diagonal flag, black with white, and your racing number. Then judges, stewards have seen something, and you are already in trouble.
Yes, indeed. Now, so that's briefly, the most of the penalties that we've had and how they're assessed. Now, Gertz, the tales of woe, 50 teams, and it has not gone well for all of them. We'll start down at the bottom of the timing screen. Team number 32 from the USA.
They got 1 lap penalty, and they have 7 pit stops already. So I think that's not representing their actual position now. So USA, don't be sad.
Yeah, they were one of the teams that was underweight. The Nitro Knights from Vegas Superkarts. The Fast Snails, sponsored by KartCenter Thessaloniki, the Greek team. They also had a 1-lap penalty for being underweight, and they are in 49th position. And we've had a 3-lap penalty for escuderierkart.com, the Spanish team, 45th position.
Escuela Kart.
It's a
karting school.
Yes, Escuela Kart. Cutting the track 3 laps. One of their drivers decided that he missed a bit of the course, so he got docked in 3 laps. They're down in 45th. Panther Racing by Jovatechnics. Belgian team number 34. They had a penalty for contact, 2-lap penalty. They're down in 43rd position. Kart Team Vitlik, one of the pre-race contenders, 9th in this event the last 2 years. Kart Team Vitlik, they also had a 2-lap penalty for contact early on in the race, half an hour into the race, and their chances went up in smoke. Puissance Kart, they won the award for the very first penalty given out of the day, pushing 2 laps. They are down in 35th position. Now, there have been Damuso, Dad and Son. They had that pit stop 5 lap, a minute lot short. They had a 5-lap penalty. They're actually running 28th, but they've only made 4 pit stops. And then the other 2 penalties that have been given out: Warm Up Pro Racing for being underweight, and also Gertz, your team, Movers.Latvia, they're 31st at the moment. They had a 1-lap penalty for being underweight.
So the same.
Yes.
And no one with the penalties is now running higher than 28th position, and that's the Muso, Dad and Son, with a 5 laps penalty already, and they received also a 3 seconds penalty during next pit stop. They have survived that.
No one has ever shrugged their shoulders going, so what, 3 seconds, we've already lost 5 laps. 2 other teams have had issues. Now, we haven't had any accidents yet. The only issue we had was on the opening lap of the race, when the Croatia Racing team from Spain and Nameless Racing from the United Kingdom came to grief in the Nameless Motorsport, rather, came to grief on the opening lap. There's obviously 50 karts trying to go into one corner at the same time, and it didn't work out. They dropped to 49th and 50th initially. Neither of them got a penalty because it was, a racing accident. Croatia Racing are now 17th, having made 5 pit stops, and Nameless Motorsport are 28th, having made 6 pit stops. So, David Hartman, I hope that satisfies your need for the tales of woe.
And now back after 5th pit stop. Aries Pro and Asphalt Knights now are still in a 5th and 6th positions, and in front of them are 4 teams with only 4 stops done so far. And PF Racing and Matrax Racing are further down the order with position 18 and 19, but they have 1 stop more. They have done already 6 stops, so their position 18 and 19 does not represent their actual pace. They are 3 laps behind the leaders, but they have done more pit stops. They still have 9 stops to do during remaining 6.5 hours. We are coming to a halfway of this race. 6.5 hours left. We will finish at the midnight. And now this is 222nd lap of this race.
Yeah, 220 seconds. NRG Igora Drive. Kart number 33, there they are. They lead this race. They're 14 seconds in front of Rodex. Team number 40, Rodex, Miguel Arroyo, Pablo Padilla Vidal, Ruben Rodriguez Fernandez, and Aaron Trelles Filguera. And it is Trelles Filguera at the head of the pack, leading, driving that kart. Rodex are just 900ths of a second in front of team number 46, Track Limits by Storm Group. Julian Pereira, Brian Pare, and Felix Ferrier.
And further down the order, already, as Henry said, Nitro Knights are in position 15, but with a 7 laps and 7 pit stops and 1 lap penalty. Fast Snails, sponsored by GKC, now are moving up to 48th position as Saron Femin going into the pits for their 7th time, number 2 going down to P49. 47th now, Apex Racer Joker team in 46, but with 8 pit stops already done. PK16 Racing on the same strategy, just 3 minutes ago went back on the track after they 8 stop. Then Conshinia Racing with the 7 stops so far in P44, P43 with 8 stops already behind them, T-Drive 2G Turtlebox from Ukraine, and P42 for Kart Racing Mainz with 7 stops, 6 stops for Escuela de Kart Com, 6 stops and 3 laps penalty, but 41st they are now on the track, and in P40 it's Panta Racing by Joba Technics with only 6 stops so far and 2 laps penalty.
Now you're looking on screen at the race leaders currently, number 33 with the dark blue race suit, black crash helmet. That would be NRG in order. Who's driving for Igora Drive? Who's behind the wheel there? That is Kai Richard Schick. They've hooked up. They found a good drafting partner in the number 44 team, Team TKR. Team TKR in the driver with that looks like an old Brawn GP race suit, you know, with or the livery, you know, with white, a bit of black, and then some lime green. That's Team TKR. They're sort of a.
But they are quite in a traffic now.
Yes, but then and cool. Well, they both Team TKR and PF Racing. They qualified for this event from the Cool Runners kart circuit. Mark Christ. Well, you know, they should be winning because God's on their side. Silas Knuckle and Alexander Ozikov in that kart. They're running 25th. Do I remember Atlas Racing from Greece? Were they here last year? Yeah, they were Atlas Racing from Greece last year or the year before. I do remember Atlas Racing because they helped me pronounce Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki.
You lost it again.
Yeah, I lost it again. How many mandatory pit stops the whole race? 15. Have the awarded penalties already been applied to the lap counts? Yes. Red Racing disqualified. Well, they're not. They're still out there. They're running. Their final result will not be classified because two of their original drivers.
Can we say disclassified?
Not
such a form.
Yeah, not classified. Two of their registered drivers. The flight from Italy was cancelled. They're stuck in Italy, not in Spain. They've been allowed to race with 2 replacement drivers, including their former team manager, who I will try just for Yanis Maurer. Julien Del Cortaz. And also they've managed to rope in Francisco Ramirez. They've been allowed to race even though 2 of their drivers weren't registered. And of course, if you're not registered, you can't race. So rather than just send the team home, Sody Kart have been very kind and said, look, you could race. We can't classify you. They've said, great, we're going to stay out of the way because we don't want to be accused of influencing the result in any way. And to be fair to them, they've done a fantastic job so far. They are running in 20th position, bearing in mind they didn't know who was going to, you know, Alberto Brentagani is the only sort of original driver who did make it here. His dad is now the team manager. They have, had no time to get to know each other, to work together, and it's a bit of a scramble. So 20th position for them. On track will be a fantastic result, but the results will show in the history books that they will finish 50th.
Actually,
it's better than not finishing at all because you didn't race.
And not racing at all. It's better than not racing at all. And anyway, it could be a great indication for everyone else wanting or thinking to participate. We can say that red racing will be the result how far you can get without a preparation.
Yes,
actually.
Yes. How far you get without preparation and an uncooperative Italian airplane. Did Alfa Romeo make airplanes? They look beautiful.
Be careful,
Okay, yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
we should stop here.
Yes. If it's a lap penalty, it's applied by Apex Timing, our timing partners, on the screen, and the positions reflect that. If it's a 3-second, a 5-second penalty, yes, they serve it in the pit lane.
And we have new penalty and bad
Oh,
news
hello.
for
Oh.
Team TKR.
Oh.
They just got +3 seconds in the next pit stop for push to pass.
Okay, so
That's one more story about penalties.
Well, we were watching that as it happens. There's the number 40 team, Rodex, and the number 46 team. 46 team, that would be Track Limits by Storm group. So Rodex and Track Limits by Storm, they are second and third. There are the number 35 team. Now, is that PFV in the pits again?
Together with MRK Lions, they are going together, and they have spent there already almost a minute. They are in. But speaking about penalties, we have 15 penalties.
Oh!
We have raced almost 6 hours. We have 50 cars on the track.
Yep.
And only 15 penalties. That's quite a good result.
That is indeed. Okay, 6 hours, 22 minutes to go. When the carts come back on the track, when MRK Lions and PFV come back on the track, we will be on the same strategy as Iris Pro and Matrax Racing. So and PF Racing and the Asphalt Night. So we haven't been covering, but they are still out there running nose to tail. I'm going to go down and have a little wander around the pits. We'll find Sergio. We're going to talk to some of the teams that David Hartman has spoken about that have had a team of woe. Because as the race goes on, we're naturally going to focus on the front runners. Now, it's team number 35. He wants to do his race suit up. Maybe he's waiting until the very last minute. You don't want to have a pit stop because your race suit's not done up. And I know the race director, Manuel Branco, will be watching that. I'm going to go down and try and find some of the teams that are struggling in the pit. So, Gert, take it away for a few minutes and let's see how things pan out when MRK Lions and PFV get back on track.
Thank you, Henry. Waiting when you will get down there and talk to the drivers, talk to the team managers, and we will get some great insight what's going on there in the pit lane, in the paddock, where all the teams are located, where the teams are making their strategies, are calculating their strategies. There are special persons who are watching all the go-karts all the time on the track and trying to find out which kart is going a little bit by a very small margin faster than anyone else, and that changes all the time. The karts are identical and they are swapped at every pit stop, and no one knows exactly in which go-kart his team will continue in the next stint. No one can know that. They are randomly allocated. So anyway, the teams try to somehow calculate in those 3 rows in the pit lanes when the go-karts are swapped, when the teams are changing their cards. They try to anyway somehow get even closer to the faster card, which they think are faster and maybe will not at the next laps on the track. So there is a lot of strategy going on here. Number 44 team TKR waiting at the pit exit, and they have to wait not to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. They have to wait to 2 minutes and 33 seconds because they have penalty push to pass plus 3 seconds in this pit stop. Now number 44 at the pit exit, still awaiting when the time clocks down. It's close to that moment when they have to go back on the track. There are still 20 seconds left. It's Alexander Ozigov now in the go-kart, and behind them there is a number 28 waiting too for his time to end. It's Movers LV. Just changed the drivers going up in the track. Movers LV now will be Henry's Grube driving. We already once saw him on the track at the beginning of the race. Now Henry's Grube is going back on the track after 30 seconds he will be ready to race. Team TKR, they are back on track, but their time spent in pit stop is 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Does that mean they did not waited for those 3 penalty seconds and went away already with clock hitting 2 minutes 30 seconds mark? So the timing system shows that 2 minutes and 31 seconds is the time Team TKR spent in a pits, but they have penalty. They had to be there for 3 seconds longer. Now we have new leader with the go-kart number 40. It's Rodex leading the race in a lap 230. Already 230 laps done. Track limits by Storm Group now are running second. Iron Kart team third. Aries Pro together with Asphalt Knights moving up to fourth and fifth, and in front of them are 3 teams who have made 1 stop less. So 4 stops for Rodex, track limits by Storm Group, and 4 stops for Iron Kart team. With the 5 stops goes everything, starting with Aries Pro now running fourth, then 5 stops also for Asphalt Knights and everyone else behind them until 14th place, where comes Matrax Racing, and P15 where is PF Racing. Now they are clocking 1 minute 26.1 second lap times, while Aries Pro and Asphalt Knights are going 1 minute 26.3 to 1 minute 26.2. So again, PF Racing and Matrax Racing are about few tenths of a second faster than their main competitors in this event. 4 leading teams now: Aries Pro 4th, Asphalt Kings 5th, Matrax Racing 14th, and PF Racing in P15, but they have done 1 stop more. MRK Lions are back on track 9 seconds after PF Racing in P16, and PFV are back in P17, then followed by Lecluse Automobiles Racing also with 6 stops. Red Racing 6 stops. Friendly Competition just went in for their 6th stop. Infinity in P20 now with 6 stops done. Also Creatia Racing Team in P22. Euro Racing ASD are 23rd now, and Bureau 11 NFS in P24. 25th place for Damuso, Dad and Son, but they have made only 4 stops so far. They have 5 laps penalty. Nameless Motorsport, after crash in the very first lap of this race, 230 laps later have made it to the 26th position. Nameless Motorsport in P26, Warm-Up Pro Racing Team in P27, also with the 6 stops done. 28th are WRW, then 29th Sankachi with the 6 stops, and the best place team with the 7 stops already done are Team TKR. They are in P30 now, but they are in front of everyone who has done 7 and more stops, and also in front of some teams who have done only 6 or 5 stops, like a Poisson's kart with 6 stops in a 31st position, and 32nd now are Atrost Racing Wilsdruff with 5 stops done. So 10 times more they will have to go into the pit lane. 33rd are Young and Wild, who started with a short stints and a lot of pit stops in the first half of the race. Young and Wild are positioned 33rd. Ats Narukach, Ukrainian team, are now with the 7 stops in a 34th position. 35th for Kart Team Wittlich. 2 laps penalties, only 6 stops done, and our last year's and a year before last 9th place winners are now running only 35th. 36 for Top 1 Karting, 37 Panta Racing by Yova Technics, NC No Coffee No Cure Racing Malaysia in P38, Escuela de Kart P39, 40 for Kart Racing Minds, Movers LV after 7th stop are back on the track in a P41, then followed by T-Drive 2G Turtlewax in P42, P43 for Joker Team. They have done already 8 stops, the same as T-Drive, 2G Turtlebugs, Ukrainian team, Joker team are going with them together on the track, only 0.3 of second between them. They have made 8 stops, and there are 3 teams starting from 42 and ending with 44 already on 8 stops completed. Conscinia Racing, Soulmates Racing are in 45th position, 46th for Presretachi. They have done 7 stops, the same as Japanese team, and Apex Racer from Canada also 7 stops with Christopher Ryan Bissonette now driving his car. Fast Snails, sponsored by KKG in P48. Saron Femin with 7 stops in position 49, and 50th now are Nitro Knights, but they have 7 stops done. They have 1 lap penalty, and now they are going really fast on the track with a 1 minute 26.5 seconds. And out of the pits coming Rodex and Track Limits by Storm Group. They were leading quite a lot. Now they have made their 5th stop. We have every team made at least 5 stops, and now all 12 leading teams are after 5 stops. But Henry is down there in the pit lane. We are eager to see you and hear what you will tell us this time. Hi, Henry.
Hello, thank you very much, Gert. Well, Rodex are leading, but there are 50 teams in this race. That means that someone has got to be last. And at the moment, it's the Fast Snails. They look quite chilled out about it. The only team here from Greece. KartCenter Thessaloniki. We've got in the team Dimitris Kordas, Diogenes Papachristos, Alexandros Tsaoudis, and Billy Zompaloudis. Who have we got here? Come forward, let's have a look. It's Papachristos. Papachristos, okay. What's gone wrong?
There's just no consistency. Like, some stints were really on pace, others were 2 seconds off. I really don't like. It could be going a lot better right now.
And you've had a couple of penalties as well, but you have got plenty of support on the track, even from Team Atlas that you race against, that one of your rival teams?
Yeah, it's been a couple of years. I don't really know too much about them. I think he does.
Yeah, Atlas is such a great team, I can say, but right now they're not here. We're here, and we're going to do the best we can, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, okay, other teams are going to get penalties. What's your goal now for the Fast Snails?
To do the best we can, and hopefully the only way is up.
Only way is up. So at the moment, 49th place would be good for you. Not good, but...
Not good, we want more, but yeah, we are hungry for more.
Hungry for more. So the Fast Snails are looking for a bite to eat. They're the only team here from Greece. Let's move up. Now, we'll come back to the front runners, the leaders, later on. But there are 50 teams here, plenty of tales of woe. One team, the Nitro Knights from Las Vegas. Right, let's speak to Nitro Knights. We've got 2 drivers here, looking a little bit tired.
Yeah.
First of all, introduce yourself and your colleague by there.
I'm Zeke Hartman, this is Lucas Turner, and then we got Jacob Jolson out on track, currently setting our actual team fastest laps for the day. We just finally hit a 26.6.
Oh, well, there we go. At the moment, well, a 26, that's only about 6/10 off the current pace, so that's good. You're running outside the top 40 at the moment, though?
Yes, it's a little bit of a downside. We are up in pit stops. I know that. We're about 3 pit stops more. That's perfectly fine with us. We did get that 1 lap penalty. We're coming back from that. We're shaking it off. Hey, things happen. We can't be perfect on everything. Nothing's perfect. But yeah, no, we're just trying to push through for the rest of the day because we got 6 hours left. A lot can happen in 6 hours.
You do indeed. The 1 lap penalty, that was for a weight infringement.
Yes.
Was it a case of just a kilo underweight?
It was half a kilo or less. It was like 0.3 kilo. It was very little. So water weight, us just burning that off on track.
Well, that's what Gertz and I have been saying. It's so hot you could sweat out 300 grams easily.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not that hard. But we're making sure now that we're at least a kilogram now over. So a lot more water, but Spirits are still high. We're still taking it with a great, great attitude. We're just working together. He's just doing great on track. He's consistently getting faster and faster and faster. He's actually running with the leaders right now. So even though we're, I think, 8 laps down after a couple pit stops, he's learning from them. I've been learning from them. So it's just a matter of time before we start climbing those ranks again, because we are 3 pit stops ahead. So.
Okay, well, so you could be aiming for a top 40 finish.
That is the goal. I mean, I'd love to be optimistic and say top 30, but I want to at least do good, all things considered, because I did have that wreck at the beginning. At the beginning of the race, I got spun out, and it is what it is, but we're making the best of it, and regardless, it's a blessing to be here. I was promised a race. I wasn't promised a finish.
Exactly. So thank you very much, the Nitro Knights. Well done.
Yes, thank you.
And so the new rule for the Nitro Lights is no one's allowed to have a bathroom break before they get in the go-kart. That's the rule there.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, no problems. So that's the only team from the United States that are here running outside the top 40 at the moment. Let's come and speak to one of the French teams that are not having a great time. Estaron Femini. Come here, young lady. What team number are we?
We are on team number 2.
That's easy. So, this is Laurence Benoist, Isabelle Rauhoff, and you are Marion Sauvé?
Yeah.
Where are we running at the moment?
Oh, we are just before the last.
Okay, so you and the Fast Snails are in a good battle. But what's... Okay, but is it La Femme? Is that an all-female team, yes?
Yeah. We are the only female team in 100% female team in the all champion endurance. So
now, do you have
represent the women today? So.
Exactly, but you have a female team manager. Is every staff member female?
Yeah. But we are all 100% woman driver in this team. But we have 2 manager men.
Oh well,
you
can't have a man managing a team. You need a woman to be in charge of all. If all these teams had female team managers, we wouldn't have any penalties whatsoever.
Yeah. So it's great to see women on track.
Exactly, it absolutely is. Your hopes and goals for, obviously, you're in a battle with Fast Snails, but you're looking up.
Yeah, we battle with a Fast Snail, but they are very tough concurrents, so...
Focused as well. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for it.
Okay, so there's Essaron Femini team, the all-lady team, currently running in 48th, 49th position, but it's their first appearance here at the Saudi World Series. There's one team from Croatia here, Press Retachi. That stands for interceptors. Now, Press Retachi, they've been here for several years. Let's come and speak to one of the drivers. Is it Mr. Oreskovic? Come on, someone's got to come and speak. We'll have a quick look at who's in the team. You're in kart number 37. Okay, so in the team you have Filip Begovic.
That's me.
That's just, we have also Mirsad Begovic and Berislav Kovacic. So, Filip, struggle so far, yes?
Well, yeah, I would say a bit, but I think that we are doing an okay pace. I think that race is coming to us now, so looking forward to the rest of the race, yeah.
Now, look, you have qualified for 5 of the last 6, including this year, Saudi World Series events. How difficult is it to keep staying competitive year on year, winning your national level endurance qualifiers to get here?
Well, it's tough, I think, because competition in our country is getting better and better, and then we need to stay on our toes to get all the races, get good results, and, usually in the last couple of years, everything left, to solve in December. Now we said, okay, we're going to do races all year long just to have nice points gap. So far our year is going okay, but we need a couple of more good results, yeah.
Okay, well, good luck. That's Press Retachi from Croatia. The race is coming to you say?
Yeah. I think that our goal is to be in top 40. So that's our goal. And I think that we're currently doing that. So it's
okay, well, that's good to know, because not everyone is here. Everyone wants to win, but other teams say, no, hey, this is where we are realistically, and a top 40 would be good for them. Now, let's move up. Red Racing. Okay, Mr. Mora on the live chat. Yanis Mora. We're going to speak to him now. Here he is. He's going to come this way. He's going to come this way. Now, he's in his kart skin suit. Right, please. Your name, hang on a sec, Red Racing, this is Mr. Delcatraz?
Yes, exactly, De La Creta.
De La Creta?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, you have a friend, I think it's Yanis Maura on the live chat. He is desperate to get you on air, so just say hi quickly.
Salut Yanis, merci.
Who is he?
It's a driver that was competing in the Saudi World Final in junior last year.
I see, I remember him now. Hello. And you coach him, you work with him?
Yeah, exactly. And he's improving a lot. And this year, he's not driving in junior. Now he's in a real sprinter.
Okay, so we know who is going to eventually be classified 50th in this race. It's Red Racing. We've told you the reasons why. You came here as the team manager. Where did you get the other driver from?
It's a driver from on the track. He knows the track very well, and he's very fast. It's very nice to drive with him. I didn't know him before this race, but now I know him, and he's a very good driver.
So again, you've stepped in, he has stepped in, so that Alberto Brentagani, who is the only driver to make it to Spain from Red Racing, can race. Your thoughts on knowing that it's going to be hard, knowing that you're going to be 50th at the end of it?
Yeah, of course, and I didn't know the track. I only did one session on Monday just to discover the track for fun, but not enough to drive the Saudi World Final. But finally, it goes well.
And you're happy that the team are allowed to race, even though they're not going to be classified. Is it better to allow you to race than just to send you home?
Yeah, of course. That we can drive is we are lucky, because with the situation, it would be a mess to say no, you can't drive, and nobody drive.
Okay, well, the Fast Snails and Essalon Femini will be happy because they're battling over 48th position, not 49th position. Now, you were supposed to come here as the team manager. That means that they've had to find a new team manager. There's the new team manager, Alberto Brentagani's dad, who just turned up to support his son racing, and now he finds himself managing the team. How's he doing?
He's doing very well, and we are very lucky because two drivers of sprint races are helping us, Italian drivers. So thanks.
Do you want to give them a name check?
Oh, I don't remember.
Well, the one of them, you're wearing their crash helmet. Elias Sagato has lent this man his crash helmet.
Yeah, and the shoes too.
And boots. Yeah. And the kart skins, or is that your own?
No, it's mine, but I lend it to my driver, which is driving in the junior. And he's first in the classification.
Mr. Sarapulo?
No, Luis Hutter.
Oh, Luis Hutter. Oh, so this race suit is fast, which was worn by a junior yesterday. Yeah. You're still the same size as a junior?
It's very elastic, so
yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So, there's Red Racing. Their Tales of Woe started a long time ago. We are approaching the halfway mark of this race now. I'm just looking around. Let's finish out by going to speak to the only team here from Canada. We'll have a quick word with the Canadians, Apex Racing, then we'll go back for the half distance rundown. So we're not missing anything on the track. Let's speak to Apex Racing. Come on, don't be shy. Well, Kevin Andrea Maharo from Madagascar. You're about to get in the... How did a driver from Madagascar wind up driving for a Canadian team?
It's a long story short. I've been living in Canada for a few years, so I started in Madagascar, but right now I drive in Canada.
You've been here before driving for Madagascar. I remember in Slovakia meeting you and your family. Is that your mum?
It's my mum.
Quickly. If you film the mum, she'll get embarrassed. Hello, Mr. Andrea Maharo. Okay. these guys are new. Well, Christophe Bissonnette is not new. I've known him. But you're about to go out on the track, yes?
Yes, I'm about to go on the track.
Okay, good luck. So good luck to Kevin. Here's the rest of the Apex team. The Boogie Wonder Band. Is the Boogie Wonder Band helping Apex Racing?
Yes, a little bit, yeah.
How long did it take you to get here?
1 day.
One day. Yeah, fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun, a lot of experience going into this race, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. This man, I mean, with a complexion like yours, this man's got the right idea. He's got maybe you can borrow it later on.
The sun is so hot.
I love hot sunny weather. Well, I love hot sunny weather, said no freckly gingerhead person in history. And on that note, we'll go back to Gert Teamrot. Let's have the half-distance rundown here in Campillos. 6 hours down, 6 more to go.
We are just over the half distance now. It's 5 hours and 58 minutes remaining. Aries Pro and Asphalt Knights are leading the race with less than 1/10 of a second between them. We have completed 242 laps already. Aries Pro with number 10 leading Asphalt Knights with number 5 in second place. And Matrax Racing and PF Racing still together on the track, working together. They are now classified 9th and 10th, but they have made one stop more. They are 1 lap and 1 minute 2 seconds behind the leaders. You need 2 minutes and 37, 38, maybe 36 seconds to do the pit stop with all the slowing down and accelerating after the exit of pit lane. So it's still very, very close between those 4 teams. Aries Pro, Asphalt Knights, PF Racing and Matrax Racing. They are actually fighting for the win, and there is nothing between them after 6 hours of racing. But we have very, very sad news for Team TKR fans. Team TKR number 44, they got a 3 seconds penalty for push to pass. They got 3 seconds penalty. They had to do that in their pit stop. They went into the pits. They were there 2 minutes and 31 seconds, not 33 or 34 when going up. They were there only 2 minutes and 31 seconds, and that means they did not respect this penalty, and that gives them 30 seconds more to the next pit stop. So for Team TKR, their next pit stop will be not 2 minutes 30, their next pit stop will be 3 minutes. They just missed by 2 seconds this penalty, and now they've got half a minute. That's for TKR Racing. With their pit stops, they are now down to P26, but they have been in the pits 7 times, and they are actually the leading team with 7 stops done so far. So that's a very, very bad news from Team TKR from Cool Runners Kart. It's Mark Schings now at the wheel. It seems he was the one who went over the pit exit line just 2-3 seconds before he had to do that. In this team also Alexander Otikov, Silas Neckel and Mark Christ, and Team TKR, they were actually one of the 6 teams who could fight for the win in some circumstances. Now they are leading all the teams who have made 7 stops, but with this 30 seconds penalty it will be very, very hard for them to recover. And Aries Pro and Asphalt Knights going into the pits for their 6th stop. We have 5 minutes over the halfway mark of this race, 5 hours 54, almost 55 minutes remaining. 244 laps done. We will be close to 500 laps at the midnight when the race will finish. So 6 stops for Aries Pro, for Asphalt Knights, 6 stops for Matrax Racing and PF Racing. Matrax Racing and PF Racing now are lap down from the leaders and plus 1 minute and a few seconds, but they were driving faster all those last laps. About 10 last laps, they were faster than both leaders, than Aries Pro and Asphalt Knights, and we will see very soon how far that will get them. Already 1 minute spent in the pit lane for Aries Pro and Asphalt Knights. Out on the track is Matrax Racing and PF Racing. Will this pair, Aries Pro and Asphalt Knights, in front or behind Matrax Racing and PF Racing? 2 pit stops ago, Matrax and PF already caught the leaders and went through, fought on the track, were in the front, and when the distance between them increased to 1.8 seconds, then PF Racing and Matrax Racing went into their 6th stop. They stayed out on the track, Aries Pro and Asphalt Knights, for almost 1 more hour. Now they are in the pit line. They have changed the drivers, they have refueled the cars, and they are waiting at a pit exit for half a minute more. They are sitting there. They have been there for 2 minutes now, and 30 seconds more they have to be there in the pit line. For the Asphalt Knights in go-kart number 5, it is Luis Duarte Moreira now at the wheel, and for Aries Pro go-kart number 10, it is Siebert Verfael, who will drive for the next who knows how many minutes. Minimum 5, maximum 1 hour 10 is stint for one driver, and also there are minimum and maximum time allowed for one driver accumulated during the whole race. So if the team has 3 drivers, then the minimum time is 3 hours the driver has to be on the track, and the maximum is 5 hours. If the team has 4 drivers, then 2 hours 30 minutes are the minimum, and 4 hours is the maximum allowed for that driver. Aries Pro and Asphalt Knights coming back on the track after their 6th stop. They're now Remi Stelin, Lucas Urbani, Pablo Vidal Pardilla, Julien Pereira for Track Limit Storm Group now are moving up the ranks, up to the leading this race again. Iron Car team moves up to P6, but all of them have been in the pits only 5 times. All 6 leading teams now have 1 stop less than anyone else, at least 1 stop less. Then with the 6 stops comes 8th placed Asphalt Knights, and down until Team TKR, who have been in the pit stop already 7 times. But our leading pair is back on the track after 2 minutes and 30 seconds pit stop. On the track there are Matrax Racing and PF Racing. Here is number 5 of Asphalt Knights, number 10 of Aries Pro. We see them on the track, but where are PF and Matrax? They have done their stop earlier. They are racing already for almost an hour. We have spent 56 minutes since the previous pit stop of Matrax Racing and PF Racing. They have 14 minutes left for this stint. Then they have to go into the pits for their 7th stop. And now it seems like they are somewhere behind on the track, waiting for the 1 full lap to be completed. 5 hours and 50 minutes left on the track. Down further the order out of our screen, where we see top 22 teams. In 50th place, still Fast Snails from Malaysia. Apex Racer are in 49th. NC, No Coffee, No Cure, Malaysia in 48th place. 47th for Kart Racing Minds. In 46th there are Nitro Knights. They are moving up the ranks, as we heard previous Henry talking with the team. The race is coming to them, and they are moving up the ranks already to P46. P45 for our female team, Asarron Femin. Isabel Rauchoff now driving the go-kart. 44th, Panta racing by Jova Technics. 43rd, Damuso Dad and Son. 42nd, Top 1 Racing. 41st, Young and Wild with 8 stops already done. 40th place, Atros Racing Wilsdrup. In 39th, Press Retachi. 38th, Konshinia Racing, Kengo Ozawa now at the wheel. T-Drive 2G Turtlewax from Ukraine in P37. PK16 Racing 36th. 35 for Joker team, 34th for Sankachi, 33rd Movers LV with a 1 lap penalty and a 7 pit stops done already. EscuelaDeCar.com in P32. 31st are now Nameless Motorsport and Trent Moroni driving the go-kart. Kart Team Wittlich in P30. 29th at Snarukach. Stepan Gladyshev from Ukraine now at the wheel of go-kart number 15. 27th, Poisson's kart with only 6 stops but 2 laps penalty. 2016 TKR, and they will be further back when they do their next stop because they have to wait there for 3 minutes, not 2.5.
3 minutes, oh yes, a 30-second penalty. Again, good to speak to drive teams that we, may not see much of or hear much of in the second half of the race. Back with us, you can see the NRG team leading, but here is potentially the battle for the race lead when all is said and done.
At least for a podium.
At least for a podium, yes. It's either the battle for the lead or the battle for third. You can see
so far it's actually not a battle, it's a perfect cooperation.
Yep, they're still cooperating. These two teams are the defending champions. Number 1, PF Racing from Germany, Matrax Racing, who are they're new to the Saudi World Final, though they were 4th last year. They're based out of Portugal but from the Dubai Kartdrome, and they qualified at the Dubai Kartdrome, but very, very impressive. Where are they? They are 9th and 10th overall at the moment.
6 stops have been done, and now after 6 hours and 13 minutes of racing, top 4 teams are separated by 2 seconds.
And that's top 4.
How competitive here is everything at Saudi World Finals.
And that's the top 4 teams that have done 6 pit stops. Those 4 teams are actually 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th in the current running order. Behind them you've got MRK Lions and PFV. They're 12 seconds behind. So realistically, between the top 6 teams that have all done 6 pit stops, you've got a gap of 16 seconds between the top 16. Less than that even. 14 seconds.
14.1.
14 seconds. Behind the top 6, you'll then get this. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. The top 6 teams in the race, in the overall running order, when pit stops are taken into consideration, are actually running 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Behind those teams, in probably what will be 7th place overall when pit stops are all shaken out, is your current race leader, NRG Igora Drive. 5 pit stops, and they are 11 seconds in front of the 2 KMRS teams. So, when this all shakes out, they'll be 7th, 8th and 9th. With Pablo Pardia driving for Rodex, that's your top 10, with just behind your top 10, Track Limits by Storm in 11th position. So still 11 karts, probably separated by about half a minute when all is said and done. But it's just the first 6 of those 11 karts are actually running 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th and 12th in the running order as things stand.
And
Are you still with me? I hope so.
So we see how harsh is this penalty for Team TKR. 30 seconds. It seems like nothing for 12 hours race, but it is huge.
Well, when you consider it took 4 hours for the 2 karts you're looking at on your screen to claw back a 17-second penalty. And
that's not a penalty.
One of them had a penalty, but a 17-second mistake in the pits. And with all great respect to Team TKR, they're not as quick as these 2 karts. 30 seconds is an awful lot. And an awful lot. And it will take Team TKR, they're 26th. It'll take them probably out of contention for a top 20 finish.
We have a new penalty now. It's for Panta Racing by Jova Technics. Plus 3 seconds.
And that's
for
their second
next
penalty.
pit stop. And we saw with Team TKR how important are those 3 seconds. They
Obey
went 2
the
minutes
rules.
31 out of the box, and they got half a minute penalty.
Now, Yanis Maura, I got your driver coach on. I got Julian Delacrete on camera. Do us a favour, if you haven't already, like and share this coverage and tell all your friends to watch it so we can get the viewing figures even higher than they are now. How's that for a deal? Maciusz Stolecki says that Matrax and PF should catch the leaders within the next 6 or 7 laps.
They have done it even faster. They are there. Asphalt Knights number 5 is leading this group. 1/10 of a second behind is Aries Pro in a second, and only 7/10 of a second behind is Matrax Racing together with PF. Here they are.
And of course, you've only got the Aries Pro and Asphalt Knights have only been on track for 9 minutes. Matrax Racing and PF Racing, they've been on track for 1 hour and 4 minutes. Here we go. They're going to take, this is now a battle. They're going to go past and then they're going to pit. Do the Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro do a short pit stop to get back on the same strategy as them? This is the battle for the overall lead of the race when the pit stops all shake out. These are the 4 teams who we think up here in the commentary box are going to be battling for the podium in 5 hours and 42 minutes time, with MRK Lions and PFV not only 10 seconds behind.
And 6th pit stop for Rodex for Track Limits by Storm Group and Iron Car team. They are in the pit lane. Here is number 46 of Track Limits by Storm Group, Julian Pereira at the wheel, and number 32 also in the pit lane waiting to go out. It's Nitro Knights. They just have made their 8th stop and still waiting when the race will come to them.
Yeah, it was, I've got to say, it's great speaking. So, obviously you've got the all-female team, Esseron Femin 1. They are battling with the Fast Snails, Apex Racers. So we just went down and so far we spoke to Wilson from the Malaysian team, number 31. We spoke to Wilson Tan from the No Coffee No Cure Racing Malaysian team earlier. They're 46th. Apex Racer, we spoke to Kevin at Mandriahano. They're 47th. We spoke to Nitro Knights, they're 48th. We spoke to the Fast Snails, they're 49th. And we spoke to Asaron Femin 1, they're 50th. All these teams, they deserve, they're not all going to get the same amount of coverage. It's impossible. But, yeah, they're here, they've got their supporters. And, yeah, the fight, what it does show you, the battle for last place is just as competitive as the battle that you're watching for first place.
Because these are world finals. We have 50 teams from all around the globe which have won a lot of teams already.
Now look at this. You could look at the way that PF Racing and Matrax have been able to pass and pull away. They've broken the slipstream
for the second time already.
The second time. This is impressive.
They are unstoppable.
They have just got the great synergy between the two teams. And of course, they're busy swapping carts all the time. So they're not in the same carts. you know, one of these two teams might think, oh, we're not going to get a great kart haven't got a great kart this time. Well, they say they haven't got a great kart. It's, you know, all the chassis are brand new. Engines, you know, they're all taken out of the box, but at the same time brand new. You know, the Honda GX390 engines, but of course they're, you know, mass produced. But
anyway, they have swapped all the time.
Yeah, but
and you never know which you will get.
Yeah, exactly. There is Saron Femin down in 49th position. It is Lance Benoist, who is driving at the moment. A team, all-female team. And they've always had only open to female drivers. And, They've had to qualify like everybody else. So even though they are currently 49th...
and you know what? There are an awful lot of men who have lost.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? There's not a single penalty. They haven't had a penalty yet. Here we go. Now look at the gap, the way it's growing between the top two, between Matt Trax and PF, and then the Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro. I can't believe this. Now, Matt Trax and PF are coming in. They're in the pits.
They are in their 7th stop already. Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro on the track. They have different strategy only by less than an hour. But anyway, they are going almost on the same pit stops.
Who have we got driving? That is Gregory Morin for Iris Pro, and Asphalt Knights have got behind the wheel. They have got Hugo Carvalho behind the wheel. Are they pitting as well? No.
They have only 14 minutes on the track so far.
Yeah, but I mean, they could have used it as a short stop. They decided not to. Interestingly enough, when I went down to the pit lane earlier on, the fastest lap of the race belonged to NRG Agora Drive, 1 minute 25.831. Asphalt Knights have now got the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 25.695. That has been in the part of this race where they have been caught and passed, so that's remarkable to see. And who's that? Is that the creation? That is Prez Retacci behind them now? The driver in the
They just overtook them?
Yes, he seems to be doing a good job of holding on. Their lap times, 126.0, 126.1, well that's the leaders, 126.1. They're not wonderfully fast at the moment.
They were fast for one lap, almost 2 laps when they got in front, but now they are making their slipstream by themselves, so they are going a little bit slower again.
I think that Iris Pro, I'm not sure how good the Asphalt Knights are driving is at the moment. I think that might be the issue because, you know, Iris Pro, even coming through the corners, Iris Pro, Gregory Morin is able to stay right there. Now let's have a little look. On a straight line speed.
Maybe they should swap the order.
You know what, that's why I was thinking that, but neither of the car, I mean, Gregory Morin's kart at high speed didn't look that clever either.
Yeah, but
through the corner, up the hill, now he gives him a good slipstream, a good bump draft.
Yeah, but it doesn't help if you catch the leading go-kart only at the end of the straight.
Yeah,
he has to brake.
Yeah.
It's too late.
Maybe they need to, like we said earlier, you know, if you're in a 2-driver tandem, the lead driver needs a different set of skills than the following driver.
And during the straight, the following driver must at least a few times push the leading driver.
Yeah,
so get the speed up. And but not to push before the corner.
Well,
he has to judge it.
He gets a good exit there, does Gregory.
And even with a slip... Oh, no, he is there. He's there.
A little bit. It's interesting to see, but their lap times... 1 minute, see, that was a slow lap last round, 126.4, 126.5.
At the beginning of this lap, they get in front of this lapper.
They've been like this for now a whole lap. Last lap, they did, they had to pass.
Now we will see
Now
we will see first a clean lap for them, then they will end the third sector, then we will see their real or actual speed.
Yeah. NRG Agora Drive continue to lead by 12 seconds over the 2 KMRS teams, KMRS by Scoff and KMRS Racing.
And Asphalt Knights and Aries Pro, they are a little bit faster when the lap is clean, but only by 1/10.
Yeah, it's still a 1 minute 26.4. And the MRK Lions and PFV, well, that's interesting. So they have just both done, MRK Lions and PFV, they've both just done their best times of the race so far. So have KMRS by Scott and KMRS Racing. Those 4 teams are 0.6 of a second quicker on the last lap than these 2 teams.
Yeah, but watch who is driving. It's Benjamin Kivers for MRK Lions now on the track, followed by Boris Bouvier.
I mean,
you know them if you have been
yeah.
following Rental Karts Saudi World Series.
This is a crucial moment for the 2 teams we're watching. They are losing time to all 4 of their sort of main rivals, and they're losing time to 2 of the 3 karts that are running sort of, like I said, 7th, 8th and 9th overall when pit stops are shaking out. Is this the moment where we see the Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro cut this stint short, get their 7th pit stop done early, because when they come out after 7 pit stops, they're going to be some way behind PF Racing and Matrax Racing.
And actually now MRK Lions and PFV are 11 seconds short of podium.
Yep, they're closing in. At the moment, you could say that, they're 11 seconds short of what I would say the 2 leaders are. The 2 leaders of this race are PF Racing and Matrax Racing. MRK Lions and PFV are probably at the moment during this stint overtaking these 2 karts on strategy when all things play out, because these 2 are not going quickly at the moment.
Yes,
last lap,
but
126.2.
Also, PF Racing and Matrax Racing are clocking 126.4. It's the same speed as Asphalt Knights and Aries Pro. They are even slower in a few laps. Maybe they are in traffic, it could be, so they are going slower than before.
Well, let's keep a look. We've got 5 hours and 32 minutes of this race remaining. And, KMRS by Scoff and KMRS Racing in the pit 2nd and 3rd.
And Asphalt Knights and Aries Pro improving their lap time, now 26.1. The next lap is better by a couple of tenths of second, and PF Racing and together with the Matrax Racing are going 26.4. It's already 0.3 of a second slower. They were in front when went for their 7th stop, but now are losing time very, very, very slowly, but losing.
So, I mean, again, I may a slight overreaction, but they had a couple of slow laps. The PF and Matrax are also not struggling, so that is even better. MRK Lions and PFE 1 minute 25.80.
There must be someone pretty slow on the track.
What? There might be a group of karts that both lead packs have got to negotiate, and at the same time, MRK and PFE have just found this. Just found this sort of sweet spot. And like PFV and like Matrax did earlier on when they regained all that time, I think that it's just they're now in that sweet spot as well.
And now for 7th stop goes KRS Green Competition and Sun Life Racing Team. They're down to 10th and 11th now.
I mean, it's okay. I can see that fast in, slow out, saying, just saying, look, it's down to the organisers to make things fair. I do see a point. However, when you consider the organisers, Saudi Kart, have provided, they're brand new karts, they're being serviced, refueled at exactly the same time. They're randomising the karts. They've got the whole pit lane penalty system in place. They've got so many elements to make this as fair as possible. Now, it's not the Saudi Kart Honda World Finals. You know, they just used the Honda engines because.
But anyway, they adjusted the engines too. They were watching and calculating during the practice and tuning the engines so they are identical. They are not just out of the box. The Saudi kart has done a great job to adjust those engines,
but of course,
so they are identical.
They're mass-produced engines. You know, there are the pistons, different things like that. As much as you try, and they do. Yeah, you know, if Honda was a factory supporter of this, then yes, we wouldn't be talking about certain karts being faster or slower. Even things down, the tyres have all done the same amount of laps, etc. They do everything we can to make it as fair as possible, but of course,
anyway,
you've got
the temperature changes,
you've got
the wind direction changes.
Yeah, you've got the racing driver book of excuses. The easiest thing in the world to do when you haven't done very well is criticise the equipment. That's the driver. That's what you hear, didn't have a good kart. You know, it's every driver from second place back to 50th place that's the first thing. The kart wasn't great. You know, that's not the case. That's just racing driver excuses 101.
And they are very cute, and we are saying after the win, the kart was good.
Yeah, you know. And
so, you were driving just great. No, the kart was good.
Yeah. Exactly. No, when you win is because you're a great driver.
No one wants to say, I am better than anyone else. I just won.
Yeah. Well, you know, in two-stroke race karting, no one has ever said, I won this race because I spent more money than anybody else. No one's ever said that in the world of motorsport. This is as fair as it is possible to be. Now,
because after the race, you usually have less money anyway.
Well, yes, yeah.
So no one is telling that.
Okay, yeah. No, so, fast in, slow out. You know, I appreciate what you're saying. And yeah, you know, there have been... it wouldn't be a motorsport event if there weren't someone complaining, but we're glad that you're with us, you're glad that you're watching, and if you race somewhere, and if you've got a Sony World Series track there, and let's hope we can qualify to come and experience it, because there are 400 drivers here, and, you know, some of them are here for the experience. They know they're not going to win. Both the kids, the juniors, the ladies, the Sprint Cup, you know, the endurance teams, they come from 53 different countries. They're here for a memorable week. Saudi kart, the driver parade, the cookout, the barbecue, the entertainment, the prize giving ceremony. We're going to a motor museum down in Malaga, which is a superb venue for the closing ceremony. Last night, after the drivers' parade and the photo, there was a barbecue, there was a disco, there was a prize giveaways. We gave away, I think, 7 brand new Bell crash helmets, a customised paint job, and about €1,000 worth of kart vouchers with Italkart, the sponsors. You know, it was a lot of fun to the drivers that stayed and were watching it. So, you know, it's the experience for some of these drivers. Yeah, it's an international event. You're representing yourself, you're representing your home corporate circuit, but you're also representing your country. And when you walk on a stage and your flag is behind you, you're carrying your flag. As a sports person, I know this, Gert. I was lucky enough to represent Wales as a driver. My son has represented Wales as a basketball player. It's the highest honour that you can get. It's the proudest moment that you can have. I don't have any of my karting trophies up in my flat apart from one, and it's for when I was picked to race for Wales. My old race suit's not like I can fit into them anymore. I only kept one. It was my Wales suit.
And anyway, talking to equal go-karts and equal opportunities for everyone, it's just you can write in your comments what else you could thought about that, how to make it more equal. I think Saudi kart has done everything we could imagine. They have almost double fleet of the go-karts. They have been replaced at every pit stop. No one knows which go-kart exactly you will get after the pit stop. The engines are adjusted before the race, so they are equal, and the go-karts are going the same lap times each. Well, so what else could they do?
I mean, you know, kidnap Lawrence Stroll. and bring him here and say, right, we need £1 billion, please, to dyno every engine within an inch of their lives. We want 1 million engines with them all dynos, all it'll cost,
And anyway,
and keep him
then
threaten.
Then the air temperature drops or increases by 3 or 4 degrees, plus or minus, and everything is different. Every engine is starting to run something different. So anyway,
Make
the
all the
ability to
how about make all the drivers drive one-handed? Blindfold the drivers. How's that? Everyone would be in the same boat then. No. Anyway, let's go back. Let's talk about this racing. Thank you for your comments. Let's keep them coming in. Hope to see you next year. Good. Hope to see you with the endurance next year. Fast in, slow out. What is the situation lap time wise? Still NRG Igora Drive. They have been leading now for about 30 laps. And very impressive. The Asphalt Knights, they're a lap up. And this is what we mean by why the teams try and leave as many of their pit stops to the end of the race as possible. Imagine if a safety car came out now. NRG Agora Drive would get a free pit stop. Yes, the other cars would still be going round, but at half speed. That would bring them right back into play.
So far, PF Racing and Matrax Racing down to 23rd and 24th place. We do not see them on our screen. There are first 22 teams, and just below the stable now are running PF Racing and Matrax Racing. They have done 8 stops already, 7 stops remaining, and they are leading everyone with 8 stops done.
And these two drivers, these two teams, MRK Lions, Benjamin Kivers and Boris Bouvier for PFV. When I started going off on my rant about fairness and what have you, they were 11 seconds behind the race, Iris Pro and the Asphalt Knights. Now that I'm back on topic, they're only 9 seconds behind. So these two are closing in.
It's 9 seconds behind. It seems like, 9 seconds behind. They are 9 seconds off the podium.
Yes, off the podium. So they're 9 seconds off the podium. We still could have a 6-kart battle for the win. We're into the second half of this race. You're watching WFR Live TV's coverage of the Saudi World Series International Finals, the 12-hour Endurance Cup from Campillos. The temperature at it's 20 to 7, 6:40 local time here in Andalusia, southern Spain. The temperature is currently a balmy 31 degrees.
It's somewhere in the shade, for sure.
Yeah,
not on the track now.
No, it's 30. Yeah, so over 31 degrees.
It's close to 40 on the track.
Let's go through a couple of other places in the world. Nassau, Bahamas, 30 degrees. We're hotter than the Caribbean. We're only 1 degree colder than Bahrain at the moment, and Abu Dhabi is 33 degrees. Rome's a bit warm.
Even Paris is cold now.
Even Paris has cooled down a little bit. It is the Grand Canyon, Arizona, 10 to 9:40 in the morning. It's only 20 degrees. Death Valley is only 3 or 4 degrees warmer than we are here. Tokyo, it's the middle of the night in Tokyo. 25 degrees in Tokyo at 20 to 2 in the morning. Oh, that sounds unpleasant. And we got one driver here from the Faroe Islands, Ian Anderson. Vagar Airport in the Faroe Islands, 13 degrees.
That's no wonder why he came here.
No wonder why he came here. How in Riga, your home capital city?
When I left, there were 14 degrees.
Okay.
I hope now is a little bit better.
So the Latvian drivers, who we spoke to earlier, they at movers.lv. They've had a 1-lap penalty, but you know what? Of all the teams that have been given a penalty at some point this race, well, they're down in 42nd, but they made 8 pit stops. They've had it. Well, Henry Skruber was out there to do a good job. They've had a bit of a tough time. Chris Jaunzemis and Kaspar Zritmus behind the wheel. Gruber is obviously I think is the fastest driver. He's behind the wheel of the kart now.
He could be most experienced driver in this company.
Yes.
I would not wrote off the other two.
Oh, no. But of course, yeah, we'll just let's see how things progress. Now, back towards the sharp end of the 8.5 seconds. Now, the gap. So, Asphalt, NRG, Igora are still leading this race. They've only done 5 pit stops. Then it's Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro, and then it's these two karts on your screen. They're closing in 4th and 5th positions in the current running order, 8.5 seconds behind them.
It's Benjamin Kivers at the wheel of go-kart number 29 for MRK Lions, and PFV in P5 driven by Boris Bouvier. So those two names are the ones who are now getting their teams too close to the podium.
And, you know, KMRS by Scoff, Kart 22, and KMRS Racing, Kart 23, 34 seconds behind these two karts on your screen. So, we know the top 6 are 7th, 8th and 9th to be NRG Agora and the 2 KMRS racing teams. They're all running together. Well, they were running together before the 2 KMRSs made their pit stop. So we know now the top 9 teams within 40 seconds of each other. And then Track Limits and by Storm and Rodox, they're 10 seconds behind the 2 KMRS teams. So, yeah, again, within a minute of the leader, and that would be 11 teams within a minute.
And already 8 stops have been made by PF Racing and Matrax Racing. They are down to 23rd and 24th. Currently running on 6 stops. MRK Lions and a PFV team, they have less than 8 minutes in this stint, and they must go into the pit lane in the next 8 minutes and then replace the drivers. They will be back between the teams who have made 7 stops. I think they could be in front of teams who have made 7 stops. That will be about P15.
Yeah,
P15.
Sun Life Racing and KRS Green competition, and 16th and 17th. They're the best teams in the race that have done 7 pit stops.
And we still do not know where they will line up against PF Racing and Matrax Racing, who have done even 1 stop more.
I mean, I think it's safe to say that PF and Matrax are sort of ahead now of Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro, you know, on corrected order. So it depends how far ahead. I mean, these two now are 8 seconds behind.
And PF Racing and Matrax Racing are going 1:26.0, while Iris Pro and Asphalt Knights, this lap is 1:26.1, but previous one was 26.5.
I think that Matrax and PF are going to be 5 seconds ahead of Iris Pro and Asphalt Knights, and then I think that the two karts we're looking at another 8 seconds back from that. 13 seconds cover the top 6, I think. Now, a question: what's the minimum driver time? There's a maximum driving time in a single stint, 70 minutes, 1 hour and 10 minutes. You must do at least 5 minutes on track between pit stops. However,
and you must change drivers in every pit stop. Your kart is refueled at every pit stop, and there is also a minimum and maximum time accumulated for one driver.
If you have
3 drivers in a team, it's between 3 and 5 hours accumulated all the time together during those 12 hours. If you have 4 drivers, then it must be between 2 hours and 30 minutes and 4 hours maximum.
So if you're in a team of 3, you must drive at least 3 hours, and you can't drive any more than 5. If you're in a team of 4, you must drive for a minimum of 2 hours and 30 minutes, and you can't drive any more than 4 hours.
And you have to make 15 pit stops, each 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And also counting in slowing down and accelerating out of the pit lane, you are losing about 2 minutes and 38 seconds for each pit stop, which is quite a small amount of time lost, counting the slowing down and accelerating time.
Yes. Now, I am going to call on Niklas Kruger is, he is dragging 125.8 for Nicholas Kruger last time for PF Racing. Now I'm going to call upon the live chat audience. Enzo has just joined the live chat. What happened to Red Racing? Why they are disqualified? They're not disqualified is about they're racing, but they're going to be non-classified. Could somebody on the live chat please explain to Enzo? Only because I've done it numerous times on air, and our friends on the live chat, they've been a great addition to the broadcast. We've loved having you on board. I'm going to put you to work. Tell Enzo what happened with Red Racing. Take it away, live chat. We'll concentrate
now,
on
1 hour and 6 minutes for Benjamin Kuyvers and Boris Bouvier. They are on the track 4th and 5th now, right behind Asphalt Knights and Aries Pro. They have closed into 7.8 seconds, but they have a little bit more than 5 minutes left in their stint. They are already on track for 1 hour and 6 minutes. That means 2, maximum 3 laps, and they have to change the drivers and make their 7th stop. That's MRK Lions and PFV teams 29 and 35 racing on the track now, and any lap soon they will dive into the pit lane.
You know, I have to say, Asphalt Knights, I'd be very surprised if Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro stay out for the full 1 hour 10 minutes in this session, because consistently their laps have been slower than their main rivals. Yes, once or twice they match them for pace, but generally it's, you know, Hugo Calavalido.
Already 38 minutes.
Yeah, 38 minutes. I would be bringing them in soon.
If they would be so slower, they would change them earlier.
Yeah, no, it's not massively slow. However, it's just they're currently slower than their rivals, and
they just went 26-0.
Yeah, but they haven't. They've been quicker, and so they've led this race, you know, convincingly. These two karts, these two teams, for some time, and this is obviously the stage of the race where they're falling back a little bit. You know, it's basically making the next driver's job that little bit harder. I'm not criticising the drivers that are on track at all. I'm just saying that the moment these two that we're watching, generally in this last hour, or the last, say, 45 minutes, they have lost ground. You know, I'd say half a dozen seconds, maybe 10 seconds, when things all shake out during the last 45 minutes. That doesn't sound like a lot, but in a race like this, it is a lot.
And now our record lap time holder, Boris Bouvier from PFV, 1 hour 8 minutes on the track already, together with MRK Lions, with Benjamin Kuyvers driving. They are separated by less than 1/10 of a second, and go-karts number 29 and 35 must do the pit stop. Actually now there is a little bit more than 1 minute left for them in this stint, not more. Asphalt Knights and Aries Pro up in a 2nd and 3rd place. Now they have 6 stops made, and there are pit stops for MRK Lions and PFV. They are going 7th time into the pit lane. Now the best position team with the 7 stops done already are Sun Life Racing team with number 42. They are 14th now. They have done 7 stops, and everyone behind them with the KRS Green Competition team TKR, they still have do their 30 seconds penalty during their next stop. Red Racing are in P17, Lecluse Automobiles Racing in P18, Infinity in P19, and 20th place for Creatia Racing Team. And then are our probable leaders, PF Racing and Matrax Racing in 21st and 22nd now, with 8 stops already done and 7 in front of them.
Right, I'm going to go down to the pit lane again and try and find out exactly what's happening and speak to some of our leading contenders in the field. So yes, I shall be back shortly.
It's number 5 and number 10, Asphalt Knights and Aries Pro. We are watching them on the track. They have this stint already 42 minutes, and it seems they are going for almost full length of this stint. Then in the pit lane now, MRK Lions and PFV, Benjamin Kuyvers and Boris Bouvier, they are in and replacing the drivers. They will come out after their 7th stop. They still have to wait in the pit lane for 30 seconds. KMRS Baiskov and KMRS Racing now moving up to 4th and 5th place, but they have only 6 stops done. 6 stops also for 46 of track limits by Storm Group, for Rodex and Iron Kart Team, Iceman Racing, Photomate, Aries Sport and TRIV Motorsport. 6 stops for all these teams. So actually we will see where come out on the track. MRK Lions and PFV team, they have done their 7th stop, and with 7 stops already done, it's Sun Life Racing team so far the best position team with 7 stops already. We are over the halfway mark of the race. We still have 5 hours and 9 minutes to go, and only a few teams have done more than half of the pit stops needed. So the minimum count of stops is 15. You must go into the pit lane for 15 times. It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds each. You are losing about 2 minutes and 38 seconds for each pit stop, also counting in slowing down and accelerating out of the pits, and you're lucky if you have no penalties for that. So far we have gone already almost an hour without any penalties. The last applied one is for Panta Racing by Jova Technics, 3 seconds for push to pass. They have to do that in a next pit stop, and worst thing with the penalties is for Team TKR. They will have to remain in the pits for half a minute longer next time when they go there in. MRK Lions and PFV number 29 and 35 are back on the track after their 7th stop. To 7th time in the pit lane goes TRIV Motorsport with go-kart number 47, and 7th pit stop also for our leaders Asphalt Knights and Aries Pro. They are in. They still have been there for 1 minute. It's number 10 of Aries Pro. It's Gregory Moran, and number 5 for Asphalt Knights, Hugo Carvalho, waiting for the time at the pit exit. 1 minute 50 seconds. They are there. And what is happening there? They are swapping places. Joao Brites, and for Aries Pro it should be Gregory Moran. They are in the pit lane. KMRS by Skov now are driving by on the starting straight and moving up to 2nd and 3rd place. They have still 6 pit stops done, only 6 stops for KMRS teams. They are now up to 2nd and 3rd, and we are still in the pit lane with Joao Brites and Tom Chiappe in Aries Pro and Asphalt Knights. Now they are coming back on the track. Already 8 stops for PF Racing and Matrax Racing. Now the slow laps for PF Racing and Matrax Racing, 1:26.7. They are in the traffic now. It's Niklas Kruger driving for PF Racing and Miguel Neto at the wheel of Matrax Racing, go-kart number 27. They are classified now 20th and 21st, but with 8 stops done already, there is no one in front of them. There are only teams with 7 stops and some even with 6. Iron Kart now up to P8, but that's only thanks to their 6 stops completed so far only. So they have still 9 times to go into the pit lane. So Iron Kart team in P6, it's Rodex in P5. It's a track limits by Storm Group in P4, and in front of them KMRS Racing and KMRS by Skov. They are working together, they are driving all this race together. It's actually, you can call them one team, KMRS. by Skov or Just Racing, doesn't care, they have less than 1/10 between them for already 276 laps completed in this race. Loic Martin comes into the pit lane with Aries Sport from the 9th place. Iceman Racing Photomate with Deliana Mishinkov at the wheel, also in the pit lane for their 7th stops. We have 5 teams at the front now running with 1 stop less than everyone else, and after their 8th stop, Aero Racing ASD, the next team doing 8 stops completed, are far behind our leaders PF Racing and Matrax Racing, who have also done 8 stops already. Here's go-kart number 9 in our screens. It's Damuso, Dad and Son. They were first to get a penalty and they got 1 penalty more. Now they are far down the order, but still fighting their fight at the 40 and 50th positions are as hard as for the win and for the lead. So far everything good for almost an hour. We are running without any penalties. Aries Sport and Iceman Racing Photomate out of the pit lane, now back on the track and down the order to P13 and P14. Red Racing goes through to P13, and Loic Martin with Aries Sport and Milomir Garkov for Iceman Racing Photomate now are down to P14 and 15 in front of Lecluse Automobiles Racing, and maybe even Lecluse manages to get in front of them. Yes, they are. So in P14 now are Lecluse Automobiles Racing, now driven by Maximilian Langlois, and Aries Sport and Iceman going down the order after their 7th stop. They are already at the end of about 8th or 9th places between the teams who have done 7th stop. And TRIV Motorsport now in a 17th place. Infinity are in P18. Creatia Racing Team in P19, and our possible leaders PF Racing and Matrax Racing now running in 20th and 21st positions. They just set a new record in the middle part of the track, in the middle sector, which is the longest one, and they are going there as fast as no one has done so far in this race. 1 minute 25.605 seconds. That's the new lap record in this race. But Henry is in the pit lane, and let's see what's happening there.
Thank you very much, Gertz. Like we just heard, the track is now as fast as it's ever been. Let's speak to one of the teams that have been in contention for the win, Asphalt Knights. They did come in and cut that stint a little bit short. Let's come and have a chat. Asphalt Knights, we'll have to have a speak with somebody, so let's come and have a chat at the moment with the Asphalt Knights, who I've just come out of the... Now, is this Carvalho? Duarte Carvalho is about to get back in the karts. I love the way that he says, I don't speak English, in perfect English. Hello. Right. Yes, sir. That last stint on track, you and Iris Pro, you lost a little bit of time to your rivals. Was it a case of neither of you were happy with your karts, but you had to try and get through that stint?
It's still 5 hours to the finish, so there's still lots of stints to be done. So let's not get too stressed about it. Every time I listen to you guys speaking, it's like it's ending in 5 minutes. We have to be, a little bit relaxed. It's still stressful, but we have some time to catch up. So we hope we can.
Yeah, I know. It's our job to keep the excitement and the hype going. It's these guys' job to keep everything calm. So really, we talked about every team has a different plan. You all start with plan A. This is how we want to strategize our race. Yeah. Are you still on plan A or are you on plan B by now? The
plan is so dynamic that actually we have to make adjustments card by card, depending on if it's a fast card or slow cards. So it's as usual, every team will do the same. So if it's a slow card, we shorten the stint. If it's a good card, we extend the stint. It's the best team who will manage this will probably win.
Is kart selection so important in this race because the track is so fast and you need to slipstream so much? Is kart choice more important on this track than it is at others?
Well, it's a lot of factors. You know, it's the drivers, it's the karts, of course. It's the track position, it's the timing even. If you saw now that the times are getting faster and faster, so we are all hoping that the times will keep getting slower or faster, I would say.
Yeah, during the sprint racing yesterday and qualified the day before, it was around the 6:30, 7 o'clock mark, the best times. So really, you want to be in a car that you're comfortable with now. But you've got a good drafting partner with Iris Pro as well.
Even after the sun sets, you'll see that we hope that the lap times will keep getting faster. So it's like I said, it's still almost 5 hours to go. So let's try to keep calm and to be focused, that's all.
And to keep calm and to be focused. So Asphalt Knights, not worried in the slightest, still one of 6 teams within about 10 seconds of the race leader.
True. Well, it's amazing. It's amazing. After 7 hours, wow. That's all we want. There is enough excitement for all of us.
Exactly. Thank you very much indeed. So, Asphalt Knights, not concerned at all about losing a little bit of time because, again, you can make that time up in traffic as well as lose it. And, of course, if a team is battling or if there are 2 karts battling like we saw in the sprint racing, then it's easy. You could lose 2-3 seconds a lap. Now, a team that's sort of bubbling under the radar a little bit is Rodex from Spain. They qualified for this event, the Cartodromo de Viana Castello. So, let's have a speak to someone from Rodex. How about Mr. Padilla? Come and speak to us. You've led this race. You're battling with track limits, you're battling with KMRS, with NRG, you're just in that group behind the front 6, aren't you?
Yeah, we are in that group. Definitely it's a difficult race because you have a lot of, I don't know the name in English, a lot of...
Slipstreaming.
So you have to play with all your rivals to take that. And we are now just in this moment playing with track limits, and let's see how it works.
Yeah, do you still think you have a chance to win?
Difficult, very difficult. We just race a lot of hours, so it's difficult, very difficult. But
I mean, we're calculating it with the commentary box. We still think there are 11 teams within 1 minute of the race lead, and you're one of those 11. Is that roughly where you calculate yourselves?
Yeah. But I mean, we have to wait and see. But to win is very difficult.
Okay, well, to win is difficult, but Rodex continues. Thank you very much, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay, well, Rodex are feeling a little bit downbeat about their chances. It just goes to show how competitive this are. The top 6, they're not making mistakes. They're not going off the track. They're not doing things, so you can't rely on other teams suddenly slowing down. Now, let's have a little look. PFV, one of our 6 potential winners, in my opinion, one of our 6 potential winners. Let's have a chat with the Misano-based team. Right, who have we got here, sir, from PFV? This is where we have lots of Italians saying, I no speak no English, I no speak no English. We'll come and have a chat now. Right, MRK Lions, what? Okay, is this MRK Lions and PFV working together?
Yes, we work together because everybody thinks the same, so it's better. It's a race to do that. And
okay, I say there's more Belgians under the Italian team tent than there are Italians. So, first of all, who are you and your role? You're the team manager, yes?
Yes, I'm team manager with my father.
Of MRK Lions.
Yes.
You've got Ben Kuyvers, you've got Louise Brown, you've got Julian
Van
Hul. You're 5th and 6th. So you and PFE are working together. Matrax and PF Racing are working together. Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro are working together. Who's got the... Hello? He's very busy there, is Mr. Brown. Do you obviously think you have a chance to win? You thinking about 10 seconds, 10, 15 seconds off the lead at the moment?
Yes, for the moment, I think 10 seconds or 13, I don't know, but very close.
How easy is it to gain time if you've got two good carts working well together? Can you gain, half a second a lap in traffic, or is it, you've got it's inch by inch?
No, I think an half a second, it's okay, because when you have a bad card and a good card, the good card can push the bad, and the average of this thinks that we could gain more second and not loss.
A question: when do you know, if any, has a female driver been part of the winning endurance team?
I think it will be great for the woman world, but we will see.
We will see. Okay, so that's Louise Brown. Right, you have got 3 international coalitions going on here at the front of the 12-hour endurance race. You have Belgium and Italy, MRK and PFV. You have Portugal and Germany, Matrax and PF Racing. And then you have Portugal and Switzerland, Asphalt Knights and Iris Pro. Throw in a couple of French teams with KMRS Racing and a crew from NRG, and we still don't know. Any one of 10 teams from 7 different countries can win this race. That's not bad, is it?
Yes, we will see the race, because there is a lot of hours could arrive, and in this pista everything can be happened in the previous hours.
So there we go. As we close out this point of the coverage, which international coalition will emerge on top? It's a very unique race, this is, unlike any other of the 12-hour endurance races in the Saudi World Series international event. At no time, when pit stops have all been taken into account, has the leader led by more than 1 second. All right, NRG leading off pit stops, they've led by maybe 20 seconds. But when all the pit stops are combined, never in 7 hours has the lead been more than 1 second. You do not want to miss the next half of this race. We'll be back with a new stream on the 3MK Live, 3MK Events YouTube channel in about 45 minutes. Do not do anything else. You have to watch the end of this fantastic race.